सभी का बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल के एपिसोड नंबर 2 में। मेरा नाम है RYB और मेरे साथ जुड़े मेरे को होस्ट ओरा गेमिंग। ओरा पिछले एपिसोड में हमारे साथ जुड़े थे स्नाइपर डेमन माफिया और उनके साथ आए थे कोच ड्यूकर, लेकिन आज के गेस्ट और भी स्पेशल है, तो क्यों ना आप इंट्रोड्यूस करें दोनों गेस्ट को।
देखिए गाइस, आज हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं दिल्ली के डिस्ट्रॉयर इनको कहा जाता है। एंड पास्ट में अगर हम बात करें रिकॉर्ड्स की, इनके पास एक बहुत बड़ी प्रसिद्धि होने वाली है और रिसेंटली बने रशर ऑफ द ईयर मिस्टर जय हमारे से जुड़े और साथ में होने वाले हमारे साथ हमारे कमाल के कोच एनालिस्ट एंड एक इंटरनेशनल कोच, डोमेस्टिक भी नहीं इंटरनेशनल कोच YG। कैसे हैं आप YG? अंजय
बहुत बढ़िया भाई, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया है, सब कुछ सही है।
देखिए दोनों ही बहुत बढ़िया है ओरा, लेकिन चलिए सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला शुरू करते हैं बिकॉज ये है बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल, तो यहाँ पे काफी सारी चीजें अनफोल्ड होती है। तो सबसे पहले तो मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करूंगा जय को, जिस तरीके से वीक 1 में उनकी टीम खेली एसएटी वाली लीड, मतलब अलग ही रिकॉर्ड ब्रेकिंग परफॉर्मेंस उनकी तरफ से देखने को मिली। साथ ही साथ 3 गेम में हमने देखा 100 का आंकड़ा पार कर लिया। एक गेम अगर खराब नहीं होता शायद 200 भी कर लेते। बट मैं जानना चाहूंगा जय से कि आपकी क्या राय है, बिकॉज टूर्नामेंट से पहले हमने देखा था कि लाइनअप में भारी चेंजेस आए थे। अभी जो करंट लाइनअप है, इस लाइनअप में जो खिलाड़ी होने वाले हैं रोनित, पहाड़ी, वोटा और सोहन, तो इनके लिए आपके क्या थॉट्स है, कितना कैलिबर रखते हैं ये?
इनके अंदर यार हर एक प्लेयर के अंदर बहुत ज्यादा फायर पावर है और वो फायर पावर का भी यूज कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उन्हें पता था कि लॉबी इतनी ज्यादा जीफार्ड नहीं है कि वो उन्हें रोक सकेगी। तो उन लोगों ने बस अपनी सारी गन में खोली, सब अपने अपने मारने पे निकले और मारते गए जो दिखा उन लोगों को, तो इसलिए रिकॉर्ड बनते गए। तो एक गेम बस थोड़ा सा रेस्ट चाहिए था उन लोगों को ना, हाथ थक गए थे 3 गेम में ज्यादा इधर उधर मार के, तो इसलिए मरे, नहीं तो 200 का रिकॉर्ड भी कर ही देते लोग।
देखिए कमाल का प्ले नजर आया, पर मैं जय आपसे एक और प्रश्न पूछना चाहूंगा इस दौरान। देखिए हमने देखा है आप बहुत यंग एज में ई स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर आए थे, आपने बहुत नाम बनाया एंड आपने बहुत बार हमें अपने रशर्स के साथ वो क्लचेस दिखाए हैं। रिसेंटली आपकी टीम के अंदर एक एडिशन हुआ है वोटा का, ही इज वेरी यंग, 16 साल के हैं। आपने रिसेंटली आपको उपाधि मिली है यहाँ पे बेस्ट रशर ऑफ द ईयर की। किस तरीके से वोटा का गेम देखते हैं? क्या वो पुराना यंग जय उसके अंदर देख पाते हैं या फिर आप अपने से भी ज्यादा पोटेंशियल देख पा रहे हैं? क्या सोचते हैं आप वोटा के बारे में? थोड़ी दर्शकों को भी राय रहेगी क्योंकि जय ने बहुत नाम बनाया है इस पर्टिकुलर फील्ड के अंदर एज अ रशर, तो वोटा के ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है?
जब मैं मैचेस देख रहा था ना, क्योंकि लास्ट मैच स्टेज तो खेला नहीं था, तो मैं मैचेस देख रहा था और वोटा का जब मैं गेम देख रहा था ना, मेरे को इतना अच्छा लग रहा था कि भाई होता है ना कि लगता है कि हाँ ये प्लेयर है जिसके लिए मैं अगर एक बार को बैठा भी हुआ ना तो मेरे को चलेगा। तो वोटा के अंदर बहुत पोटेंशियल है, मेरे सुहान के अंदर बहुत पोटेंशियल है। तो अच्छा है, देखते हैं हमसे भी आगे जाए, क्योंकि हमारे टाइम पे तो एट द एंड इतना सारा नहीं था, इतनी सारी चीजें नहीं थी, बट इनके टाइम पे आ चुकी है, तो मुझे पता है लोग हमसे भी आगे जाएंगे और तगड़े रशर ऑफ द ईयर इंडिया के बाद और भी आगे अगर इंटरनेशनल टाइटल आए तो क्या पता हमारे बंदे वो भी उठाएं।
बहुत अच्छा पॉजिटिव नोट है कि इतनी ज्यादा पॉजिटिविटी है। पर जय मेरा एक और फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन है आपसे। आपने पास्ट में मल्टीपल आईजीएल्स के अंदर खेला है, आपने बहुत सारे आईजीएल्स, पहाड़ी की आईजीएल के अंदर भी आपने खेला है, अरमान की आईजीएल के अंदर खेला है। अगर हम बात करें रिसेंटली आपकी टीम के अंदर एक और नई आईजीएल का एडिशन हुआ है, वो है रोनित की आईजीलिंग और बाकी पास्ट आईजीएल्स की आईजीलिंग में कितना बड़ा डिफरेंस, और रोनित की आईजीलिंग उनको क्या स्पेशल बनाती है? क्या है उसमें ऐसा जो इतने अच्छे कमाल के रिजल्ट आ रहे, मतलब इतना बड़ा मैसिव जंप?
रोनित का एक बहुत पॉजिटिव वो है, वो ना कभी भी डिमोटिवेट नहीं होता। गेम कितने भी खराब जा रहे हो ना, तो प्लेयर्स अगर डिमोटिवेट हो जाए ना तो एक बार को चलता है, आईजीएल नहीं होना चाहिए, वो डिमोटिवेट नहीं होता। और उसको ना पता है कि मुझे ना हर एक छोटी छोटी बातें ना अपने प्लेयर को बतानी है। कई आईजीएल्स का माइंडसेट क्या होता है ना, भाई तुम खुद भी तो कर सकते थे ना, भाई तुम्हें दिमाग नहीं है क्या? बट रोनित में ऐसा नहीं है, वो एक बार को बताएगा, फिर भी ये प्लेयर में चाहे दिमाग हो ना, वो प्लेयर वो चीज कर रहा हो या ना कर रहा हो, वो साथ में बता देगा उस बंदे को, ये कर लियो तू। वो सामने से चाहे बंदा बोल देगा कि हाँ मैं कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को पता थी बात, बट वो फिर भी वो हर एक चीज को, छोटी छोटी डिटेल्स को बताएगा प्लेयर्स को क्या करना। तो बहुत मस्त लगता है मेरे को वो चीज उसकी।
क्या बात
वैसे
है। देखिए और सवाल हम लोग यहाँ पे जैसे करें, क्यों ना YG से भी कुछ सवाल पूछे जाएं। वो अभी यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं चुपचाप, अब वक्त आ गया इनके ऊपर, वो जैसे पहाड़ी स्नाइपर स्विच करके बैक टू बैक फायर करते ना, अब सवाल भी इनके ऊपर वैसे ही फायर होने वाले। तो सबसे पहले तो देखिए अभी करंट मेटा, क्योंकि आप कोच है, आपसे थोड़ा सा ना इन डेप्थ जाकर क्वेश्चन पूछना पड़ता है। करंट मेटा में हम देख पा रहे हैं बहुत सारी टीम, जैसे कि iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स या फिर गॉडलाइक हो गई, तो इन्होंने वीक 1 में बिना किसी बूया किए टेबल में या तो पोडियम फिनिश किया या तो टेबल टॉप किया। iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स वीक 1 में अपने ग्रुप में टेबल टॉप में थी, गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स बिना किसी बूया के सेकंड पोजीशन पे थी। तो अभी करंट मेटा में जिस तरीके से एलिमिनेशन ओरिएंटेड, एलिमिनेशन फोकस्ड गेम प्ले रहता है, तो एज अ कोच आपको आपकी क्या राय है इसके ऊपर कि बूया के लिए ज्यादा खेलना बेटर है या फिर अभी एलिमिनेशन के ऊपर ही जाना ज्यादा सही है?
आई थिंक जो सबसे मेन चीज़ है इसमें यही आता है, क्योंकि वीक 1 में टॉप 9 करना था, जो कि गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स हो गई या फिर कोई भी टीम हो गई, आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स हो गई, उन सबको पता था कि टॉप 9 में आई थिंक उनको उतना बूया के लिए या फिर एंड तक जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, एंड वो जो किल्स का काम करना होता है वो इसमें आराम से कर सकते हैं। आई थिंक उन्होंने हिट लिस्ट वाला जो स्ट्रैटेजी होता है, हिट लिस्ट लगाओ एंड जस्ट उनको प्लेयर्स की पोजीशन मिलेगी, सेम हमें एसेट विल एलीट भी करते हुए देखने को मिलती है, एंड उन्होंने भी यही चीज़ किया है जो कि बहुत पहले से वो करते आए हैं। एंड सिंपल था, उनको करना था टॉप 9, एंड इसीलिए वो अभी पूरा अपना गन पावर दिखा रहे थे, एंड वो एक स्टैंडर्ड सेट कर रहे थे कि हम लोग तो अभी इतना करके ही आएंगे, कोई बात।
देखिए, केवल एक्सपीरियंस ही नहीं, यहाँ पे अगर हम बात करें इस पूरे सीजन हमें नए खिलाड़ी अंडरडॉग्स भी काफी अच्छा प्ले करते हुए नजर आए हैं, जहाँ पे अगर स्पेशली बात करें एफएक्स लीग ने मल्टीपल बूयास निकाले हैं। इसके अलावा सिटी क्वालिफायर से निकल के आने वाली सभी टीम्स क्वालिफाई कर चुके हैं फॉर द वीक 2। अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पूरे सफर के अंदर हम देख पा रहे हैं कि एक्सपीरियंस के साथ साथ अंडरडॉग्स आगे जा रहे हैं। क्या लगता है इस सीजन आपको जो कहते हैं फ्री फायर मैक्स की कॉम्पिटिटिव डेप्थ क्या और भी ज्यादा बड़ी होती हुई नजर आई है? क्या आपको लगता है कि और भी ज्यादा चीजें एक्सपेंड हो रही है? क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं अंडरडॉग्स लगातार कॉम्पीट कर रहे हैं, एंड वीक 2 को लेकर के तो जितने दर्शक हैं वो भी समझ गए होंगे, आप भी समझ गए होंगे कि थोड़ा हार्ट ब्रेकिंग भी होने वाला है पर काफी रोमांचकारी होने वाला है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पूरी कॉम्पिटिटिव स्ट्रक्चर की एक्सपेंशन को लेकर के आप?
आई थिंक इस पूरे एफएफएमआईसी का जो स्टार्ट हुआ था सिटी क्वालिफायर से, वो आई थिंक बेस्ट पार्ट था, बिकॉज इससे पूरी कम्युनिटी की ग्रोथ होती है, काफ़ी सारे हमें यंग टैलेंट्स देखने को मिलते हैं, एंड उसी में से बहुत सारी टीचर से आपने बात किया, एफएक्स एलीट का स्टार्ट किया उन्होंने इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट को एक बूया के साथ, एंड आई थिंक वो एक सबसे बड़ी बात होती है एक अंडरडॉग टीम के लिए, तो वो एक काफ़ी लोग के लिए इंस्पिरेशनल बनेंगे, एंड अगर अभी आगे जाएंगे तो और अच्छा करने का हमें पूरा लगेगा कि हाँ वो करेंगे। 2 बूयास निकाला था उन्होंने, जो कि बहुत बड़ी बात है, बिकॉज ऐसे स्टेज पर जब आप खेल रहे हो वहाँ पर एक बहुत बड़ा प्रेशर रहता है कि आपके सामने इतनी सारी टीम्स रहेंगी एंड आपको वहाँ पर जो है क्वालिफाई भी करना है। बट इस तरीके से पिछले एफएफएमआईसी से ये वाला एफएफएमआईसी में सबसे बेस्ट पार्ट यही लगा मेरे को कि सिटी क्वालिफायर्स आया, बहुत सारे इस तरीके से गेम को भी बूस्ट मिलेगा, कम्युनिटी ग्रोथ करेगी, ई स्पोर्ट्स में काफ़ी सारे यंग टैलेंट देखने को मिलेंगे। तो यस, एफएक्स एलीट हो गई, रेडविंड ई स्पोर्ट्स की भी जो टीम है उन्होंने भी काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था। तो यस, पिछले बार से इस बार काफ़ी ज़्यादा कुछ सीख के आई हैं अंडरडॉग टीम्स, एंड बिल्कुल चार्ज करके खेल रही हैं, किसी से डर नहीं रही हैं। तो यस, मज़ा आने वाला है इस बार।
चलिए, यहाँ पे जय का लिए सवाल मेरा यही रहेगा कि देखिए, जय बहुत पुराने खिलाड़ी हैं, मतलब मुझे लग रहा है कि फ्री फायर मैक्स खेलते हुए तकरीबन 7 साल तो हो गए होंगे जय को आराम से।
जब गेम आया था मैं तब उसके 4 दिन बाद से खेल रहा हूँ, तो आप कैलकुलेशन कर लेना गाइस।
अरे तब तो 8 साल हो गए, 8 साल हो चुके हैं फॉर श्योर। तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि देखिए, अंडर गॉड्स टीम जो है वो शुरुआत में हम जब देखते थे कुछ साल पहले, तो अंडर गॉड्स टीम्स आप जब उनका प्ले स्टाइल देखते होंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं से ये पता चल जाता था कि भाई ये अभी डेवलपिंग फेज में है, ये अभी सीख रहे हैं। लेकिन करेंटली आज के टाइम में जो अंडर गॉड्स निकल कर आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे ऑफिशियल में या फिर थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट्स में, ऐसा लग रहा है वो पूरी तैयारी के साथ आ रहे हैं, वो सब कुछ सीख के आ रहे हैं और वो अपने आइडल्स को पहले देख चुके हैं और आप लोग के बारे में उनको इंटेल भी काफी ज्यादा रहता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल एसेट एलीट का जो रोटेशंस है वो क्या है, तो वो उस हिसाब से प्रिपेयर करके आते हैं। तो उन लोगों के लिए आपकी क्या राय है, उनको आप किस तरीके से चैलेंजर के रूप में देखते हो और कैसे स्ट्रेटेजाइज करते हो चीजें उनके अगेंस्ट?
मेरे को पता है, ऐसा लगता है कि पहले के टाइम पे अंडरडॉग्स इसलिए इतना ग्रो, मतलब इतने ज्यादा ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स में नहीं आ पाते थे, बिकॉज ऑफ पहले रिवाइवल बनता हमारे गेम में, तो उनको डर रहता था फाइट करने का T1 टीम से, कि T1 टीम से फाइट करेंगे तो उनका बंदा तो मरेगा ही मरेगा, चाहे वो टीम को वाइप आउट कर दे तो उनका बुया होना थोड़ा कम चांसेस एंड ऑल। बट आज के टाइम पे क्या है कि रिवाइव हो जाते हैं, तो अंडरडॉग्स को क्या है, एक बंदा अगर उन्हें अपना सेफ रखा भी हुआ है तो वो T1 को परेशान करने आ जाएंगे, उनके रोटेशन में आएंगे, उनको मारेंगे, ट्राई कर लेंगे अपना फायर पावर, क्या पता मार दिया तो अच्छी बात है, नहीं मारा तो वापस रीटेक मार लेंगे, कैंप पे चले जाएंगे। तो आज के टाइम पे वो माइंडसेट आ गया लोगों के अंदर, और इतने साल से हम लोग खेल ही रहे हैं, मैप के अंदर सेम रोटेशंस है, घूम फिर के वही मैप है, वही रोटेशंस है, तो सबको आइडिया हो ही जाता है कौन सी टीम आपको कहाँ मिलेगी, कौन सी टीम आपको कहाँ नहीं मिलेगी। तो उसका एडवांटेज अंडरडॉग्स ऑब्वियसली उठाते हैं। बट ये है कि कल को वो जब T1 सर्किट में आएंगे तो हम लोग को भी उनकी रोटेशन पता चलेंगे, फिर वो उनका एडवांटेज खत्म हो जाएगा कुछ टाइम बाद। तो और कुछ सीन नहीं है।
ठीक है, चलिए थोड़ा सा फन वे में सही, इन अ पॉजिटिव वे ये सवाल रहेगा। देखिए, जो इमोट बैटल है जय, वो आपको भी बहुत पसंद है और कभी ना कभी आप भी वो इमोट बैटल का हिस्सा रहे हो, क्योंकि कोई आपको इमोट दिखाता है तो जवाब में आप भी जरूर दिखाते हो। तो अगर हम बात करें तेज एफएफएमआईसी 2026 स्प्रिंग की, देखिए ये तो हमें पता है, बस फोकस जो है आपकी टीम का वो है उस ट्रॉफी के ऊपर, टाइटल को लेने के लिए। लेकिन इसके अलावा अगर ऐसी कोई सिचुएशन आती है जहां पे आपको लगता है कि आप इमोट बैटल करना चाहिए, चाहे वो आपके किसी राइवल टीम के अगेंस्ट हो, फॉर एग्जांपल गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्सेस एसएटीएल, या फिर एसएटीएल एलीट वर्सेस iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स, ये भी बहुत पुरानी राइवलरी है, तो क्या देयर इज 1% चांस कि हम एसएटीएल एलीट को एक इमोट बैटल में देख सकते हैं?
हम स्टार्ट तो हम नहीं करने वाले फॉर श्योर, मेरे को जहाँ तक पता है हम लोग स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे किसी भी चीज को, बट अगर कोई भी टीम स्टार्ट करेगी तो ये खत्म तो हम ही करेंगे फिर उस चीज।
वाओ,
अगर रिमोट बैटल हो चाहे कोई भी इवेंट हो या कुछ भी हो, देखा जाएगा आगे, अभी तो बहुत लंबा इवेंट बचा है ये।
बिल्कुल। देखिए, ये काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन आपने पूछ दिया और बिल्कुल जय ने काफ़ी लाइटली इसका जवाब भी दे दिया, पर काफ़ी ज़्यादा मज़ा आने वाला है। व्यूवर्स के लिए ऑलवेज ट्रीट रहती है। पर देखिए, अब धीरे-धीरे समय हो चुका है आगे बढ़ने का और अब हम वीक 1 क्रॉस कर चुके हैं आईबी एंड जय, क्योंकि हम देख पा रहे हैं कि वीक 1 काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग रहा, काफ़ी इंटेंस मुकाबला रहा। पर अब वीक 2 की तरफ चलते हैं एंड समझते हैं कि वीक 2 में ग्रुप्स क्या होने वाले हैं एंड मेरा इसके बाद एक फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन भी रहेगा इन ग्रुप्स के रिगार्डिंग कि हर एक ग्रुप में, देखिए हमें पता है कि थोड़े दिल टूटेंगे क्योंकि हर एक ग्रुप के अंदर टॉप 6 टीम्स को आगे जाने का मौका मिलेगा। पर आप दोनों से मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा जय एन भाई जी कि कौन सी वो 6 टीम्स आपको लगता है ग्रुप ए के अंदर जो टॉप पे जा सकती हैं?
सो देखो मैं बताता हूँ, मैं बहुत सेफ खेलूंगा, ठीक है, क्योंकि मैं अगर कुछ ऊपर नीचे बोल देता हूँ ना तो बहुत जल्दी आपको पता सीन हो जाते हैं हमारी कम्युनिटी में। तो मैं मैं बोलूंगा एसएटीएल एलीट रहेगी अपनी, गॉडलाइक esports रहेगी, टोटल गेमिंग रहेगी, ज्ञान गेमिंग रहेगी, गॉड्सविन रहेगी और अपनी iQOO OgxTSG, भाई नाम है कि तुम्हारा पता है पहले बार। हाँ, ये 6 टीमें क्वालिफाई होने वाली है।
ओके, चलिए सेम क्वेश्चन रहेगा भाई जी आपके लिए। आपको क्या लगता है कौन सी 6 टीमें हैं जो यहाँ से वीक 2 पे जो ग्रुप है वहाँ से निकल के आगे जाएंगी, और देखते हैं कितनी आपकी राय जो है वो जैसे मिलती है।
आई थिंक वीक 2 में हमें एक तरीके से एक मिनी फाइनल्स देखने को मिल रहा है इस पूरे एफएफएमआईसी का ग्रुप ए में, स्पेशली क्योंकि
करेक्ट।
बहुत सारी अच्छी टीमें सीधे हमें ग्रुप ए में देखने को मिल रही हैं। एसएटीएल एलीट अपने जब ग्रुप में था तो उन्होंने टेबल टॉप किया था, वहाँ टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स भी देखने को मिल रही हैं। तो फॉर श्योर एसएटीएल एलीट एंड iQOO TG तो मैं डेफिनेटली देखने को मिलेंगी। इसके अलावा जो मेरे को नाम लग रहे हैं वो लग रहे हैं इसमें गॉडलाइक esports भी है, तो वो भी रहेंगी। गॉड्सविन प्रोज, हालांकि ये वीक 2 में उतना अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं किए हैं, बट स्टिल मेरे को लगता है कि इनमें अभी मन्नू नहीं खेल रहे, तो अभी ये लगता है कि वीक 2 में मन्नू भी आएंगे वापस से, तो हो सकता है कि काफी ज्यादा एज मिले, तो एक वो रहेंगे। इसके अलावा मैं जो 2 नाम लूंगा उसमें मैं एक K9 का लूंगा, K9 esports का, क्योंकि ये भी काफी अच्छी टीम है एंड अच्छा कर रही है। एंड इसके अलावा जो लास्ट नाम है वो मैं लूंगा iQOO OgxTSG।
क्या बात है। चलिए, हमको ग्रुप ए से दोनों ही हमारे गेस्ट ने जो थे अपने टॉप 6 प्रिडिक्शंस जो है वो जरूर दे दिए। अब बढ़ते ग्रुप बी की तरफ। ग्रुप बी में है ये वो 12 टीमें जो हमें नजर आएंगी। तो फिर से सवाल जाएगा जय से कि कौन सी 6 टीमें होंगी जो आपको लगता है यहाँ से निकल कर आगे जाने वाली है नॉकआउट?
सबसे पहली हमारी टीम होने वाली है टीम हिंद, फिर आर्नेक्स esports,
ओके,
और कौन सी यार, जुत्सु गेमिंग भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है रिसेंट टाइम में यार, और फायर आइज गेमिंग भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, तो अपन इसको भी पकड़ सकते हैं, बस ये चोक ना करे यार। जी नेक्स्ट टीम लेगेसी के ऊपर भरोसा करें, लास्ट वाली वीक भी वो बस किस्मत से हो गए, पता है, बस लास्ट मैच उनको मतलब हो गए इनके साथ, तो टीम लेगेसी को भी करता है। मैं पिछली बार भी सपोर्ट कर रहा था इन्हें, हाँ, तो मैंने सपोर्ट करता हूँ इस बार, मैंने पिछली बार भी कर रहा था। अब
एक नाम
बचाएगा, एक
नाम
तो ऑटोबॉट्स esports वाले भाई, वो साउथ वाले भाई है ना अपने सारे, अगर वही ऑटोबॉट साउथ वाली टीम है तो भाई कुछ भी कर सकते हैं भाई, मैं पहले बता रहा हूँ भाई, ये टीमों से दूर रहो भाई।
चलिए, ये है 6 नाम जय की तरफ से। अब वाई जी, आप कौन से 6 नाम पिक करेंगे इन ग्रुप बी?
आई थिंक RNX esports फॉर श्योर, जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने खेला है तो वो तो डेफिनेटली होंगे। इसके अलावा टीम हिंद, स्टार्ट उनका बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं हुआ था, 4 मैचेस में तो लग रहा था कि क्वालिफाई भी नहीं करेंगे 2 मैचेस के बाद, बट वो 2 मैचेस में जिस हिसाब से उन्होंने कमबैक किया है एंड वहाँ से वो कन्वर्ट करके सीधा हमें ऊपर की तरफ देखने को मिले थे वीक 1 में, तो एक डेफिनेटली वो होंगे। इसके अलावा NXT esports भी होगी डेफिनेटली, और आई थिंक इसके अलावा मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि जुत्सु गेमिंग, हाँ, फॉर श्योर जुत्सु गेमिंग भी होगी, काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है और इनका और आरएनएस का तो क्लैश भी होता है, तो देखते हैं कि कौन सर्वाइव करेगा उधर। और इसके अलावा जो मेरे को एक नाम लेना है, इसमें मैं टीम एक्स के साथ जाऊँगा बिकॉज़ वो टीम भी काफ़ी अच्छा कर रही है। उन्होंने अपने ग्रुप में भी काफ़ी अच्छा किया था, ऊपर की तरफ हमें देखने को मिले थे। सो एक वो आई थिंक कितना नाम ले लिया मैंने? 4, 5, 6, हाँ, 6 ले लिया ना? एक एक मैं आई थिंक नाम ले लूँगा जीजी
एक
इंस्टिंक्ट का
बोनस ले
क्योंकि
लीजिए।
बोनस।
बोनस आप
बोनस
कोच
जी,
हैं,
एक बोनस
आप बोनस के लिए।
जी इंस्टिंक्ट। और देखिए मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस देखिए यहाँ पे, क्योंकि एनएक्सटी को जो कोच भी कर रहे हैं तो कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मेरी टीम तो क्वालिफाई कर ही जाएगी। वही सेम चीज जय ने
चौथे
भी
नाम पे
बोली।
नाम बोला है।
पहला नाम सबसे सबसे पहला नाम एसएटयूएल एलीट का ही लिया था, बिकॉज अपनी टीम होती है ना, वो कॉन्फिडेंस दिखना चाहिए और वो हमारे दोनों गेस्ट में दिख रहा है। चलिए ग्रुप बी भी हो गया, अब और क्यों ना हम चले ग्रुप सी की तरफ और जाने सबसे पहले जैसे कि इस बार वापस से 6 नाम, मतलब काफी मुश्किल टास्क होता है नहीं कि सोच समझ के यहाँ पे नाम लेना है। जैसा बोला कि कभी कभी कुछ भी बोलते हैं तो
हाँ,
बड़े हो जाते हैं।
मैटर
ग्रुप
हो जाते
सी।
हैं। अरे ग्रुप सी तो बहुत इजी है बताना यार, ग्रुप सी का तो
ओके,
यूजीएक्स जीआरपी तो होने वाली है भाई हमारी। बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, बहुत मतलब एकदम से आके हमारे जावा बॉय भाई ने वापस कुछ जादू वादू कर दिया प्लेयर्स पे। बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है यूजी। हेड हंटर्स तो यार जैसे तैसे हो ही जाएगी, इसको तो तुम कुछ भी कर लो, ये फाइनल्स तो पहुंच ही जाएगी जैसे तैसे। गिर पिट के भगवान की दया से, गेम प्ले से कुछ होना कुछ होगा, बट ये पहुंच जाएगी। अराइज स्पोर्ट्स भी
ओके।
हमारी अच्छा खेल रही है, रिसेंट टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है इनका भी। और मेटा निंजा तो तुम्हें पता ही है, अपने भाई की टीम है तो यार इनको तो अपन सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो ये 4 तो अपने हो गए, 2 कोई भी हो हमें मतलब नहीं, बट फिर भी हम बताएंगे कौन हो जाए। एनजी सिल्वर ईगल्स हो सकती है यार, अच्छा खेल रही है वो, ये भी टीम अच्छा खेल रही है। रिसेंट टाइम पे इनने भी बुया मारे थे लास्ट वीक है ना, मैंने देखे थे मारे थे यार।
काफी इंटरेस्टिंग प्ले आया था
और-
इनकी तरफ से भी।
हाँ, और अपन एफएक्स इलीट का नाम लेते हैं क्योंकि इनके नाम में भी इलीट है,
ओह,
तो क्या पता ये भी कुछ अच्छा करता है। तो एफएक्स इलीट।
वैसे 2 बुयर्स निकाले एक्स एलीट ने, एक स्ट्रांग
हाँ
पिक रहने
वही
वाली
तभी
एंड
अरे नाम में इलीट है ना, बड़ा पावर आ गया।
देखिए ये तो होने वाला है। ग्रुप सी तो हमें पता चल चुका है अभी फ्रॉम वाईजी जय। अब वाईजी से जानना जरूरी है कि वो कौन सी 6 पिक्स लेंगे जो टॉप पे जा सकती है। वाईजी क्यों ना आप बताएं वो 6 नाम कौन से होने वाले हैं।
आई थिंक जो ग्रुप सी के टीम्स हैं उसमें काफ़ी सारे हमें अंडरडॉग्स भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं, तो मैं एक तो अंडरडॉग डेफिनेटली लूंगा सबसे पहले, जो कि होगी एफएक्स एलीट की टीम। स्टार्ट किया था टूर्नामेंट को इन्होंने बुया के साथ, फिर एक और बुया निकाला, तो डेफिनेटली वो तो रहेंगे। इसके अलावा यूजीएक्स जीआरपी की टीम होगी, क्योंकि इसमें भी रिसेंटली अभी शंको का एडिशन हुआ है एंड टीम काफ़ी अच्छा कर रही है उसके बाद, तो हाँ वो भी होंगे। इसके अलावा हेड हंटर्स हमेशा फाइनल्स पहुंच जाती हैं, ये भी इन्होंने भी काफ़ी अच्छा किया था, अपने ग्रुप में टेबल टॉप भी किया था, तो ये भी होंगी। इसके अलावा जो मुझे नाम लेना है 3 ठो, और उसमें मैं अराइज स्पोर्ट्स का लूँगा, एक मेटा निंजा, और एक मैं द नाइट्स का लूँगा, क्योंकि इन्होंने भी अपने ग्रुप में एक अच्छा खासा गेम दिखाया था। तो ये द नाइट्स होगी।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है। ये नाम हमारे सामने निकल के आ चुके हैं और हमारे दोनों गेस्ट ने अपनी अपनी तरफ से बता दिया है कि देखिए कौन से वो 6 नाम होने वाले हैं हर एक ग्रुप के अंदर। और जितने दर्शक दिख रहे हैं वो भी बिल्कुल अपनी तरफ से हमें कमेंट्स में बता सकते हैं हर ग्रुप के अंदर आपको लगता है कौन सी वो 6 टीमें होंगी, और जोर से इसको बताइएगा। और शायद से हो सकता है अगर आपका कमेंट ठीक रहे तो बाद में आप आ करके उसका स्क्रीनशॉट अपनी स्टोरी पे डाल सकते हैं जब ये मैचेस हो जाएंगे वीक 2 के, कि देखिए मेरा प्रेडिक्शन बिल्कुल ठीक था। पर अब समय हो चुका है इस सेगमेंट से थोड़ा आगे बढ़ने का आईबी, एंड अब बात करते हैं यहाँ पे नेक्स्ट वीक में। देखिए मैं सबसे पहले वाईजी पे आना चाहूंगा। नेक्स्ट वीक में जितनी टीम्स खेलने वाली हैं, एज अ कोच एज अ एनालिस्ट, आप अपनी तरफ से कौन से ऐसे टिप्स है जो आप उनको देना चाहेंगे। जो वीक 1 में प्ले था वो बहुत शिफ्ट होगा वीक 2 के अंदर एंड प्रेशर उससे ज्यादा होने वाला है, पर मैं आपकी तरफ से कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग टिप्स लेना चाहूंगा और ऑडियंस को बताना चाहूंगा उन टीम्स तक, अगर आप कोई मैसेज पहुंचाना चाहें अभी।
आई थिंक जैसा कि हम सबको पता है कि वीक 2 में हमें टॉप 6 करना है क्वालिफाई होने के लिए, तो काफ़ी सारी टीम जो है ट्राई करेगी कि एंड तक जाने का, चाहे अच्छी जगह होल्ड करे, क्योंकि वहाँ से उनको दिखेगा कि काफ़ी सारी पूरी लॉबी जो है बैठ के सर्वाइव कर रही है, अच्छा पोजीशन ग्रैब कर रही है। तो मेरे हिसाब से जितने भी अंडरडॉग टीम्स हो गए जो कि क्वालिफाई करके आए हैं यहाँ तक, एंड उन सबके लिए एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज वहीं पर आएगा, क्योंकि वो एंड सर्कल का फाइट, एंड सर्कल में जब कितनी सारी टीम बचती हैं, तो वो एक काफी बड़ा चैलेंजिंग रहता है। तो उनको उधर कन्वर्ट करना आना चाहिए मैचेस को, एंड क्योंकि टॉप 6 करना है तो बिल्कुल लास्ट तक जाना जरूरी है, बिकॉज अगर आप अर्ली में कुछ किल्स निकाल लोगे एंड देन जाके एलिमिनेट हो जाओगे तो फिर कुछ फायदा होगा नहीं आपको, बिकॉज टीमें एकदम एंड तक जाने का ट्राई करेंगी। एंड इसीलिए जो सबसे बेस्ट टिप रहेगा उनके लिए कि हाँ, आप एक अच्छा जोन प्रेडिक्ट करो, एक अच्छी कंपाउंड को होल्ड करके लास्ट में जाके कन्वर्ट करो, बिकॉज कन्वर्ट नहीं किया तो स्टार्टिंग में कुछ किल्स निकल जाएंगे बट फिर कुछ फायदा होगा नहीं। अगर आप एलिमिनेट हो जाओगे तो आप #12 #11 पे आके कुछ 5-6 किल्स के साथ कुछ फायदा होगा नहीं वहाँ से।
देखिए वाई जी, आपने बहुत अच्छी टिप्स दी जहां पे आपने बताया कि प्लेसमेंट के साथ ही साथ एलिमिनेशंस की तरफ आपको फोकस करना चाहिए और काफी कमाल के गेम निकल सकते हैं अगर आप हर एक गेम को सेगमेंट में लेकर के चलें। पर अब समय हो चुका है जय की तरफ जाने का। और जय, देखिए जाने से पहले मैं आपसे भी कुछ राय लेना चाहूंगा कि जितनी भी टीम्स आपके कॉम्पिटिटर होने वाली हैं वीक 2 में, अभी आपने एक बहुत बढ़िया स्टेटमेंट दिया कि कोई भी राइवलरी स्टार्ट होगी शुरू कोई और करेगा, खत्म हम जरूर करेंगे, पर कोई एक ऐसा स्टेटमेंट जो आप उनके लिए पास करना चाहे वीक 2 में।
यार ऐसा तो कोई भी स्टेटमेंट है नहीं, गेम में उन लोगों ने दे ही दिया है वीक 1 के अंदर, और मैं चाहूंगा कि हम गेम के अंदर ही बातें करें, गेम के बाहर ज्यादा बातें ना करें, क्योंकि फिर ना लोग पर्सनल हो जाते हैं और फिर जीतते नहीं देते, टारगेट हो जाती है टीमें। तो इसलिए हम गेम के अंदर ही सिर्फ बातें करेंगे, ओनली गनों से बातें होगी, थ्रोएबल से बातें होगी, स्ट्रेटजी से बातें होंगी, और कुछ नहीं।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच जय, थैंक यू सो मच वाई जी जुड़ने के लिए हमारे साथ। और आप लोग देख रहे थे बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल का एपिसोड 2, और इसी तरीके से और एपिसोड देखने के लिए आप लोग रहिए स्टे ट्यून्ड। हम लोग मिलेंगे आप लोगों से फिर से, लेकिन अभी लेंगे आपसे विदा। इधर मैं हूं, मेरा नाम है रॉय, भी मेरे साथ थे ऑरा गेमिंग, एंड साइनिंग ऑफ।
Ready to turn up the volume? The Beat Carnival is here and things are about to get loud! Join Alok's global livestream as part of the audience. Complete daily missions and matches to earn Lightstick and Panther tokens. Then use them to cheer for the performance. As your contribution to the show's popularity rises, you'll unlock flashy stage transformations, special songs from Alok, and tons of great rewards. And don't forget to snap a photo with Alok using the new event-exclusive poses. It's the perfect souvenir from this musical carnival. In Battle Royale, after some time in the match, Alok will invite everyone to join the carnival. Solara's sky turns into a glowing sunset, while sound waves pulse outside the safe zone. A giant Alok projection dances along the map edges, and fireworks light up the night. Bloomtown stage also transforms into a full-on festival with lasers and music. Watch out for the beat drop zones, where the beats can make everyone start dancing. And if you spot the Panther party truck, make sure to check it out for some extra loot. In Clash Squad, sound wave zones appear that boost your movement speed and HP recovery. And the giant Alok projection will be vibing alongside you. You will also find new event items and matches, so keep an eye out. Pick up the upgraded Alok skill card for extra power. Toss the dance grenade to make everyone around start grooving. And launch yourself across the map with the speaker trampoline. Get ready to move, groove, and light up the beat.
Focus, aim, ready. Focus, aim, ready. Speed up in the race, fall back, no chase. Turn up with the bass, gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight, target inside. An eye for an eye, gotta level to the sky. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I pull the trigger. chase. Turn up with the bass. Gotta level up your game. Lock in for the fight. Target inside. A knife or an eye. Gotta level to the sky. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I pull the trigger. Higher level. I pull the trigger. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. I dream bigger. That 10 figure. My aim is quicker. I pull the trigger. Speed up in the race, fall back no chase. Turn up with the bass, gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight, target inside. A knife or an eye, gotta level to the sky. I pull the trigger. I pull the trigger. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof. I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I pull the trigger. Higher level. I pull the trigger.
हार पे चढ़ाना चाहूँ हार मैं अकेले थोड़ा कम पड़ जाता हूँ यार मैं मिले जो यार सही तो मुझको पर मिल जाएंगे और उड़ने को हो जाऊंगा तैयार मैं नामुमकिन को भी मुमकिन अब हम कर जाएंगे कोई भी मुश्किल हो पीछे
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, welcome to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. Today, we start off with the week 2 of the group stage, and it's a glorious day to witness some nice Free Fire action. My name is Scripps, with me is Azora, and we are going to be your casters for the first half of the day.
That's right, Crips. It's going to be an exciting day. Trust me, it's filled with such good teams that every single one of them, every single viewer is going to enjoy this to the core. It's like a mini finals is what we can see.
Yes.
That's the best way we can put this thing through. But other than that, it's going to be bombastic.
Exactly. And one of the reasons why we are saying that this is one of the best days to watch Free Fire in general, because this day has such stacked teams, such stacked players, that some people are already calling it the finals before the grand finals. And that's how you know that this is not just any other day of Free Fire Max. This is not just any other day where you see a bunch of teams come in, compete, and then hopefully qualify. No, these are the best of the best, the creme de la crop over here, and today we get to see all of them in action. So as a viewer, I would be very, very thrilled, but as a fan, I would be extremely nervous for some of these teams.
Indeed, man. I mean, I know most of them are just going ahead and they're like eating their nails up whole right now, and it's gonna hurt them by the end of this entire stream. 6 games, right? 6 games, and things are gonna be so hyped up. So that's one of the best parts of it. But before all of that, we have some dynamic contents that you guys can go through as well. All thanks to our players, man. The way they've been putting in their blood, sweat, tears all into the game and showcasing such good eliminations. This is all for them. Well, it's been a pleasure, right, Crips, to go ahead and witness these 5 lads going ahead and showcasing what they're made of.
Yeah, and these are just the top 5 reasons of why today is gonna be entertaining, because these players will be lighting the lobby on fire. Vota currently leads the elimination in the tournament with 46 eliminations and 15,000 damage. Followed closely by his teammate Sohan, who has 16,000 damage, although not nearly as many eliminations as him, because he's made up for it with assists. And then you got the Feek from K9. I mean, a few months ago, nobody knew who he was, and now everybody is raving about him. He is absolutely on fire. SHUL Ronet as well. There's 3 members of the same team in the top 5 elimination readers. That's probably why SHUL have been dominating this entire tournament so far by a massive margin. And then iQOO OgxTSG has a player to offer over here as well. It's Arjun. And even though the team overall hasn't really had the best time, Arjun is helping them stay afloat.
You know, the best part about all of these 5 players is that they're just saying every single team out there, say my name. And the moment you do, you'll just see fear right at your doorstep. So might as well just go ahead, run away, miles away from these folks. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to specifically see this entire team of SHUL Elite, because 3 players are already there here. The last person who's missing, I believe it is Pahari.
Yeah, and I think he's also somewhere in there in the top 10. We just haven't seen him pop up into the top 5 just yet. But we will have plenty of opportunities to see those guys in action, because it's a pretty long tournament. We began with the city qualifiers on 7th and 8th of February, followed by the FFC mode in-game qualifiers on 15th. This marks the first time in the history of Indian esports, and I'm talking about all video games over here, not just Free Fire Max, the first time in the history of Indian esports where we combined an offline city qualifier with in-game qualifiers as well. And with that, we get the teams that get into the group stage. We are already done with group stage week 1, and now we are at week number 2. From here, 18 teams will proceed to the knockout stage, which again will test their mettle across 3 weeks. And the teams that come out on top of that will go to the grand finals, which will be taking place on 25th and 26th of April. 25th being Point Rush and 26th being Champion Rush.
And yeah, all of these things are out there, and most of the players, they have been so on point. And this is the entire way you can keep heading all the way towards the final stages. FFC mode 38 teams, that's how we could see 38 first qualifiers coming in. City qualifiers, we found 4 teams, and invited were 6 teams from TEZ FFMIC India Cup, which is 2025. From there on, group stages, week 1, we could see 12 teams in all 4 different groups. And from there, top 9 qualified towards week number 2. And this is the week number 2 that we are going to go ahead and witness. 12 teams. Group A is the first bout.
Yeah, and in Group A today, we will see some of the finest talents that India has to offer. Which is why, even though it's just the group stage, people are calling it the finals before the grand finals. I mean, some of these teams might just go home today, and that would be terrible. But for now, all these teams need to do is just get into the top 6 of their group, because if they do so, they will make it to the knockout stage. And once you do make it to the knockout stage, you will get plenty of chances to go to the grand finals. In the first week of the knockout stages, we will have 18 teams who will be distributed into 3 groups with 6 teams each. They will all play in a round-robin format, and then from there, the top 12 will qualify through the overall standings into week number 2. But the 6 teams who don't make it from week 1 to week 2 will still get to play in week 2, although they will have to take their turns to do so. They will only get 1 day to prove themselves. So let's say on the first day of week number 2, the top 2 teams will get a direct qualification spot to grand finals. They can basically get a shortcut. And since those 2 teams are now gone into the grand finals, the next day they will be replaced by the 13th and the 14th ranked team. Similarly, on day 2, again, we will send 2 teams off to the grand finals in a shortcut directly, and then those teams will be replaced by the 15th and 16th ranked teams. Similarly, on the last day, 17th and 18th ranked teams will get a chance to play. So basically, everyone who makes it from week 1 to week 2 will get 3 days, 3 chances to make it to the grand finals directly. And all the teams who don't make it from week 1 directly will only get 1 chance each on 1 day each. That being said though, the journey is not over. We still have week number 3, from where top 6 teams will qualify and make it to the grand finals. And then once you make it to the grand finals, oh boy, then the tournament format gets really, really interesting, because the first day is all about getting a head start. On the first day, the team that continues to win and gets up at the first spot will get 10 points as a head start for their journey in the champion rush stage the next day. So basically, if I am the first ranked player, if I'm the first ranked team on the day number 1 of grand finals on the point rush, on day 2 when I begin, while everybody else has 0 points, while everybody else hasn't even played a game, that number 1 ranked team will start with 10 points already. They will get a head start, which is such an important advantage when you go into the champion rush condition.
I mean, just imagine you're getting 10 points all the way to 1, and from there on, you're just trying to base it up. So it's going to be super important for teams to go ahead and get the grip over the situation. But Champions Rush is one of the places where I could go ahead and tell you that teams with 80 plus points, they're going to enter the Champions Rush stage. In Champions Rush, team needs to achieve a booyah in order to be crowned the champion of this spring 2026. And imagine the kind of hard work you need to go ahead and do. But there's a catch to it, right? Prior to this, there was always this one situation where maps are going to be limited. Here, it's going to be unlimited maps. It's going to keep going on until someone reaches towards that stage.
Yep. So your objective is to get that champion rush condition activated as quickly as possible and then win the tournament by getting a booyah, because obviously a lot of money is on the line. There's a massive 1 crore prize pool, out of which the champion will take the lion's share of 35 lakhs. Of course, the teams that comes in second will also get like 17 lakhs to their name, but everybody is vying for the grand prize. Similarly, the amount of money you win will keep on reducing based on your placement. But just by virtue of making it into the top 18, just by getting into the knockout stage, you get a minimum payout of 77,500 rupees if you finish in the 18th place. Now, there's more money on top of that. During the knockout stages, we will crown a team of the day. And that team will walk away with extra 10,000 rupees on every single day of the tournament. That means there's a total of 90,000 rupees up for grabs just during the knockout stage itself, before you even reach the grand finals. And then once you reach the grand finals, your team obviously will win some money, but you alone also stand a chance to win the MVP title worth 1,50,000.
Indeed. So here's the best part, right? You can keep going ahead and earning more and more, but you need to be consistent in order to get that 90,000. So consistency is always the key, and if you want to be the champion as well, you have to be pretty consistent. Just imagine being the champion, getting such a huge chunk of the prize pool alongside 90,000. That looks so good. And talking about the point system, we have been, familiarized with this topic a lot of times. First place 12 points, as simple as that, and from there on 9 till 10th position you'll just get 1 point. 11th and 12th you get none. But here's the part, where things can get even more tricky, which is the eliminations. You get 1 point per elimination, and through all of that, there's even a tiebreaker rule that you can go ahead and follow. The number of booyahs, that's the first thing that is seen, and then total eliminations alongside ranking in the final game. If the number of booyahs are same, if total eliminations are same, then ranking in the final game will weigh a lot. My God.
Exactly. So you need to get as many points as possible while also being as creative as possible, because you're not allowed to repeat the same skill. Every single player in your team needs to use a different active skill, and that means you will have 4 players with 4 unique active skills. No one player can have the same skill as someone else in your team.
Passive, sure, but active, nah.
Yeah.
You cannot replicate it. I mean, imagine 2 Wukongs just coming out of the bushes and just taking the entire team down. Who's gonna see that?
Yeah. But it's really not the active skills and the points that everyone needs to worry about. The thing that people need to be worried about is the caliber of the teams over here, guys. I mean, just look at the names of the teams that are playing today. These are the names that you expect to see in the grand finals. But
Big 7.
somehow, because of the luck of the draw, they've all been put into Group A, which is why a lot of people are calling this the finals before the finals. I mean, the only thing we are missing is a bunch of chairs, a large screen, and a LAN venue with thousands of screaming, cheering fans watching and, enjoying these games. So yeah, it's truly a blessed day to be a Free Fire Max fan, because these teams are going to set the lobby ablaze. But these are just the favorites, man. These 7 teams that you see on your screen right now are just some of the teams that people expect to see in the next stage of the tournament as well. But they are not the only ones over here. Aside from the names that you just saw, we also have some heavy-hitting contenders like GW MANISH, GYAN Gaming, REDWINND Esports, DW Live, and Blackbirds competing, as well as Olympians. So the 7 names that you saw previously, which everybody expects to win, which is the reason why this Group A is being called like the grand final group, along with 5 other names which also have massive upset potential. And because these 12 teams are playing today, that is exactly why today is like the one day you should watch this tournament. If you haven't watched the tournament for any other day, make sure you at least watch this today, because it is guaranteed to be action-packed.
And you know what the best part is, viewers? You can go ahead and give your 2 cents as well. Which team is going to win? Which team might get the most amount of booyahs? All of that in the comments section, so that we can keep having the conversations here and there. The lineup looks absolutely sublime. There is not much of change coming through, but for sure, they will bring their top 4 players, to showcase and get those additional points in the earlier few games itself. I love the way SATUL Elite, they've been playing. They're very aggressive. It's a very nice combination. Alongside, they're getting some good amount of positional advantage as well. GodLike Esports, very aggressive. iQOO Total Gaming, very aggressive. So this entire bout of it, this entire fight is going to look pretty stranded. If a team is going to go ahead and take a fight, then they might as well go ahead and finish it as soon as possible. Else there's a lot of potential third parties to be lurking around in the shadows. K9 Esports as well, they themselves have proved a huge point by qualifying and by showcasing the amount of eliminations that they've received. GW MANISH, we should shed some light on it, Crips.
GW MANISH are the kind of team that have some really cool players, but if they get into the right position at the right time, they can absolutely dismantle a team. I'm talking about players like Avik and Aladdin over here. I remember their squad wipe. It was insane. Meanwhile, you've got God's Reign pros. Names like Struggle, Cropsy, Anubhav, and Manu are basically everybody's favorites. They are the most aggressive team in the country. Although every now and then, we've also seen Badal play, even though he's more like a mentor to the team. So, who's going to be the playing for today for God's Reign pros? We will find out once we jump into the game. Another player that you need to keep your eyes on is Arjun from iQOO OgxTSG, because this guy is at the 5th spot when it comes to the elimination lead. He's got the 5th highest frags in the tournament, and this guy might just be the only hope of his team. Similarly, there are some underdogs over here that you also need to keep in mind. Players like Bully from DW Live, they are doing really well. And of course, last but not the least, you've got Blackbirds as well, commanded by Radha Thakur. And all these teams will have 6 games to prove their worth.
6 games, Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine. These are the 3 maps that we are going to take you guys through, which is Crips and me, Auzora. And later on, Solara Kalahari will be taken. Solara Kalahari next era will be taken by Arca alongside Lucifer. So it's going to be a lot of fun times, fun games in most of the places. As teams, they are going to give in their 100% to prove that they deserve the top 6 spot.
Yes, only 6 games to get inside the top 6. While half the lobby wants to take you down, the other half will do everything in their power to make sure you do not get as many points as possible. And with only 6 games to go, the cutoff is going to be extremely high. I think it will be somewhere around the 70 to 80 point mark, because you got players like Mafia and Pahadi over here as well. These guys are some of the finest snipers in the country, and of course they are tied right now with 18 eliminations each. Of course, they've got some colorful words to say about each other as well. They faced each other a very long time ago in 2021. Pahadi unfortunately did not make it to the finals of FFMIC 2025, but now that these two snipers are facing each other, things are about to get spicy.
Indeed. So let me just go ahead and read Pahadi's quote. What makes me the sniper god of India? I don't follow the sniper meta, I create it. Alright? The players you call your favorites, you're actually inspired by my game. God.
True.
What's going on? That's some huge amount of salt being loaded right onto Mafia. And Mafia, on the contrary, he wants to just go ahead and say, I honestly never play with the mindset of claiming a throne or provoking.
Yep.
I'm the
he
best.
He just
My
wants to.
only goal is to make sure my teammates can trust me when I have a sniper in my hands. As long as we are winning, I don't need any individual crowns. All right.
Yeah.
This dude's a team player. Look at him.
He's a team player through and through. And such contrasting statements from both the GOAT snipers. I mean, Mafia is amazing. If you guys remember his triple elimination in the very first game of TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025, you will realize that he isn't just a team player, he is truly a player worthy of being the MVP. Of course, that MVP was taken away by his teammate Shanky. Pahadi isn't lying when he says that he created the meta. I mean, this guy used to rock double snipers and he would destroy players up close even though his opponents were using shotguns. And he's the guy who inspired people to use 2 snipers at the same time. I mean, very few absurd and talented players are capable of doing that, and Pahadi is one of them.
Indeed, man. And well, if Mafia is telling he's not here to prove anything, then I believe him. And I absolutely believe him. He just loves to go ahead and keep getting those points for the team and just be out there. And this is the unified casters prediction that we all have given. So according to the unanimous decision, these are the 6 names that all the casters from the Hindi desk, from the English desk have predicted. GodLike Esports to go ahead and qualify, God's Reign Pros, them also to qualify, iQOO Total Gaming, yes, SATUL Elite, K9 Esports alongside iQOO OgxTSG. Well, things can go against our word as well. So in that case, if anything happens, we are not responsible.
Yeah.
Terms and conditions applied.
The terms and conditions applied. I mean, certain casters on the Hindi desk were getting flamed for being unlucky charms to these teams. I don't want to name any names over here, but a certain Mamu was named by a lot of people, and just so that we can provide him some emotional support, just to show that we are all in this together, these are the teams that most of the casters predict will make it through. Of course, I personally think that some of these names might not make it, but then again, this is more of a group prediction. But speaking of the groups, let's finally get into what goes on in the minds of the teams in this group. I want to see where they might just be dropping in their first game of the day, and these are their preferred drop spots, you know. And when I say preferred, you need to take them with a massive amount of salt. People claim to go to these areas frequently, but they may or may not. There's a few teams which I know are not lying. One of them is God's Reign Pros. They love split dropping over Observatory and Graveyard. Similarly, K9 and SATUL, they love going towards Mill. Whether or not GodLike will stay on peak is a decision that we will have to see later on in the game, because iQOO OgxTSG can be very, very variable in their drop spot.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You always need to be unpredictable. The moment the moment you're going to be predictable, it's going to be super problematic. Most of them, they love to go ahead and take drop clashes. Specifically, the recent update, you just get Mac 10s all across. You can run around, 4 people blazing that one very mini Uzi just coming right next to you. It's going to take away most of your HP, and one shot, you might just go down. So in order to go ahead and remove that kind of a situation over and over, all you have to do is be on point. Be unpredictable. Stop moving towards the very spot which you keep heading towards. And this is our prediction towards what's going to happen in this first map itself. I would go ahead and say, yes, we have 2 names which are looking pretty similar, right? But the third one, which is from my end, it's God's Reign. From your end, it's GodLike. Okay, that's where I believe the clash is going to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a clash of the gods. And that doesn't just apply to these 2 teams, it applies to this entire group, because every single team in this group is capable of being called the legends of the game. They're being capable of being called the gods of this game. They're worthy of that title. Now, the only reason I've picked up GodLike over here, I don't think that they can get a Booyah. Bermuda isn't their strongest map, but I think they can still be the highest scoring team, because if they get a nice compound to themselves, they are going to set the lobby ablaze. They're going to get a bunch of eliminations, and even if they don't win the Booyah, I think they might just be the top scoring team, which is why I've put them in my predictions for this particular game. The other 2 picks, the picks that were common between the 2 of us, I think those are very safe, very self-explanatory picks.
Very safe, exactly. So I do like the part where we are going we're taking one step ahead in order to understand what's going to happen moving forward towards those maps. And here's the thing, right? Things are going to be very volatile, Crips. Most of the places where teams are going to try and stay back, I don't think so that's going to happen. They're going to play their natural self. They know how well they can go ahead and keep getting those eliminations early in the game. And once they've given the license to kill, license to get those eliminations, they might as well go ahead and keep getting that. So the first game itself, Crips, is going to be super important as we dive right in, and it's going to be bombastic as Bermuda first map. And Mafia, all eyes on him. Look at him. He's enjoying the breeze, knowing that it's their time to go ahead and take the dive, but it's not just yet. They're taking it slow. The entire section where the flight path is going to take them, it's dissected smack in the center, so it's going to give a lot of room for the teams to head towards their following destination. Catalystiva, Plantation, Shipyard, all the way towards that corner. Bullseye can be approached, Graveyard can be approached as well, Riverside alongside Mill. This is one of the places where I can see iQOO, Total Gaming, heading all the way towards that corner, but there is a drop clash. Flame just going ahead and extinguishing one opponent already.
Yep, and that's how you draw first blood. GW MANISH starting out hot. Noxious getting that to his name. Flame obviously helping out as well. And that could be a crucial mistake for some of these teams who are not careful. Of course, a lot of these teams love to split drop 3-1 so that they can maximize their loot. But if that one guy gets caught out in the open, he's just basically donating points to the opponent teams. Similarly, if the majority of the 3 players who, let's say if they rush into a place and then they all die, then the responsibility falls onto that one solo person who has to keep the team alive. So while GW MANISH managed to get the first elimination of the game, Olympians managed to get 3 to themselves in Clock Tower, and that is amazing. And in fact, they've even got a hit list onto Blaze. You gotta keep in mind that DW Live are one of the teams who will get beaten up quite a lot in this game. And right now, DW Live have at least a stroke of luck. They managed to at least get all their players again, right? So they have a chance. But Blaze is being tracked, and Amin is just about to see him right now. Amin right about to cross Blaze's view. I think Blaze can probably see where Amin is with a third-person perspective. He definitely should be able to see where Amin is. He's just calling out to his teammates now. Blaze once again trying to get across.
It's a very nice weight game. It can lead to a lot of demise. There you go. One player already spotted Amin. It's not going to be that easy for him to survive the wrath, and instantly he has been perished. The others, they're going to stay away as far as they can. and quickly call in the revival. So DW, so far, they have done a really good job, neat job indeed, in order to assess what happened, where Amin was, and then taking down the threat.
Well, that's just a mean. And that is after Blaze was being tracked. So GW Live are more than capable of defending their players even though they are being tracked with a hit list. Meanwhile, in the northwestern sector of the map, you've got God's Reign, who've already got 2 eliminations to their name, presumably after fighting GYAN Gaming because they're the only team that seems to be in their vicinity. But now they're using the big launch pads to get from Observatory towards Hangar, and now they come right across REDWINND Esports. Mars, he gets caught off guard. He had no idea how these two players ended up over here. He does not realize that the launch pad was so accessible, and he's kind of alone over here. None of his teammates are next to him, so this will be a 1 versus 2 battle, which Mars will have to clutch if he wants to stay alive.
Oh, Inhalers. They were right in at this right time. Struggle. Lovely Max 7 connections and God's Reign. They would love to keep getting those points one after the other. The entire place of Hangar has been completely contested. It's a lockdown situation. Any and every person who reaches here is going to die instantly. 3 eliminations so far. They are looking super strong. And look at them. This is constantly moving further and further deep into the circle and seeing where the opponents can be.
Yeah, they're starting to farm their eliminations right off the get-go. GYAN Gaming though, it seems like they did not indeed clash with God's Reign earlier, but now they've got their hands full against iQOO OgxTSG.
Wow.
And you've got Krish. He's trying to dodge all the bullets through the windows, but Arup really needs to get a different angle because Krish is about to get away. And if they don't finish this fight quickly enough, then iQOO Total Gaming will also show up over here. Oh, and they have been intercepted. Ninja does get the elimination onto delete from Total Gaming. So that's a lovely shot. But they need to keep their targets intact. They need to make sure that they have all the sight lines. And they do. Mafia gets his head taken clean off of his shoulders. But wait, God's Reign have returned. They are back again. So this is the basically situation over here, Azora.
That's what I've been saying, man. Any and every fight, if you're going to prolong it for a really long time, it's going to be problematic for you, as most of the teams, they're just waiting for the third party, and the moment it just goes on, it's going to be a third, a fourth, and a fifth. But all of that kept aside, GYAN Gaming, they kept their cool, man. My oh my, 5 eliminations. And what a lovely way to go ahead and assert domination. Insane, he knows where the opponent is. Manu, he's trying to run away for his life, but he's going to be caught real soon, as there's another launch pad. And both of them, Shubo, alongside Insane, they are heading towards that following direction itself. This is not a good time. Hit list on him. Manu did manage to at least bring in 1 player, but it's not going to be enough. They need an entire platoon to take this fight.
Yeah, and while Manu is called one of the best snipers in the country right now, he doesn't even have that much range to engage his opponents. That Parafill will not help him out in a 1v3 clutch. And UMP is certainly not the weapon I would have when I'm being rushed by Shubo with that M590. Look at that. Insane from afar. Takes him down. And that's another point for GYAN Gaming, who are up at 6 already.
GYAN Gaming. They have a hit list on them. I do understand they're trying to defend one of the players, but look at the way they're defending Ninja. It's absolutely amazing. Even though they've been constantly pinged around, knowing where the location is, only for the specific team, they're doing so good. And this is just the start. Dinoculus, just to understand if there's someone behind or not. And slowly but surely, they're heading inside the circle as the damage. I know it's a bit too less, but still it's going to be annoying.
Yeah, but at least it's not like they are being gatekept by anyone. So GYAN Gaming should be able to tank that much damage and come ahead. And you're right, Azora. Sometimes offense is the best defense. Even though they've got Ninja pinged out, Ninja is trailing behind the rest of his team, who are then clearing the way for him. It's almost like he's sending a suite of bodyguards ahead so that they can scout the way for him.
Pave the way.
Pave the way for him, indeed. Meanwhile, GodLike over here also have 6 eliminations. So both GYAN Gaming and GodLike basically have been aggressive from the get-go. And now, one of the players of GodLike is being targeted by SHUL's hit list. So this could be problematic, because if SHUL start moving towards GodLike, then K9 will definitely get caught in the middle.
This gives a lot of room for the underdogs to go ahead and showcase what they can do in this given situation. Imagine all the tier 1 teams just going ahead and taking this fight. And SHUL Elite, they would love to go ahead and initiate this against K9. They are sniffing a lot of opponents inside that very house, and I don't think so it's going to be a safe paradise for SHUL Elite. They're slowly but surely heading all the way from the backside, and look at Pahadi. He has left the compound. He thought he could do something better, but unfortunately, one by one, the players have been hunted down. Oh my goodness. Water, Ronit, it's all onto their shoulders. But K9, they are looking super strong with 4 players still alive. This is not a battle that they would love to go ahead and take it against SHUL. But there's instant gratification towards the situation, and they're getting those players back into the action yet again. SHUL Elite, they have just kept every single tab on point.
Every single player on point, but yet again, even after the revives, SHUL Elite taking heavy losses, and now the third party has arrived on scene. GodLike is here to farm these eliminations. It's up to iQOO to finish off the remaining members. He gets the shot onto Dafiq as well, and Yogi is on fire. Wait a second, SHUL try to escape, but somehow run into GW MANISH. What?
Oh,
The
no.
fifth party wasn't even here, but they're still getting caught in the crossfire. SHUL taking heavy losses. They are down to their last player right now, and he's gonna have to hide and bide his
eliminated.
time. No way! SHUL Elite, one of the most successful teams from week 1, having a disastrous start in week 2.
You know, the best thing about GodLike was they just kept their calm, man. They were super calm. They addressed the situation. They saw the elimination feed. And from there on, they kept moving further and further as they had the hit list. And now the team is nowhere to be seen. God, if that keeps carrying forward, if that keeps happening more often, it's going to be problematic for most of the teams to get the confidence in the earlier games itself. This is concerning.
I mean, I can't even blame SHUL over here because they got hard targeted by K9. K9 full sent in their team. Usually whenever people try to initiate a battle, they initiate it with 3 members. They keep 1 player away so that in case the first 3 die in the full send, that 1 player can at least revive them and bring them back. But K9 put all their chips to the center of the table, and they had nothing left to chance. And that gamble pays off. That results in the elimination of SHUL. Even though K9 don't get that points, 1 heavy contender is out of the first game. And it's GodLike who gets the last laugh.
You know, always keep your binoculars handy. That's going to keep giving you more information than you require. And that's what happened with SHUL Elite itself. GW MANISH out of nowhere, they just look at that 1 player running ahead. They're like, you know what, it's done for. This is the final player. Let's just take him down. But finally, we can go ahead and see iQOO, Orangutan, TSG showcasing what they can do in this given opportunity. So far, just 0 eliminations. And this is just the start for something better for them.
Yeah, iQOO OgxTSG have been the kind of team that activates their kill switch very late in the game. They generally try to prioritize their position because if they've got a good position and if they can pressure a lot of other teams from that spot, then they will farm eliminations like crazy in the 3rd circle. But so far, they've got a spot which keeps them safe, nicely and safely ensconced in that tiny little house, but it doesn't give them too many opportunities to pick up all these gunfights. So I guess it's going to be a passive game from them. That being said though, God's Reign pros are in that mansion house at the center of peak. So they're going to have a lot of trouble once the circle shifts away from them. Blackbirds, on the other hand, they've got the 2-story house, but they're also just holding their ground and aren't really looking for any more adventures, so they should be fine. Speaking of adventurers though, look at Ninja's position. He's so far away from his team. And it's once again a 3-1 split for GYAN Gaming, right? You got Ninja far away, but the other 3 players who are just within spitting distance of God's Reign and Olympians.
That's right, and I do understand the kind of ideology that this entire team is currently holding through, which is GYAN Gaming, but it can be very, very problematic. Imagine your sniper is far away and he could not provide you the support that you were looking for, specifically the rushers. Reaching towards the throats of the opponents is going to be problematic for them. And Arup, so far I can see he's just trying his level best to at least bombard the opponents and throw them away, tip them off in order to not reach inside the circle. But it's not going to help. You need the entire crew, you need the entirety of the team to be there in order to do something about that situation. And this is the place where iQOO Total Gaming, they are heading slowly inside the circle, creeping through, and Blaze, he's been taken apart. Bully right in front. They are thinking about reaching towards the circle, but it's not going to be that easy as iQOO Total Gaming, they've already set their eyes on the prize. Points are soon going to be shredded down to mere bits and pieces, but that revival, it's important. Bully out in the open trying to heal. Why would he do that? And the height advantage, it's long gone. DW, this is problematic. One nade, and the entire team is going to be blown into smithereens.
They will freeze to death. Aztec with that freeze bomb, getting so many eliminations, and now it's like shooting at fish in a barrel. Total Gaming have all the angle advantages that could possibly exist in this game, and they make short work of DW Live. It's actually somewhat tragic that they lost Mafia and Shanky in the process because they weren't even getting thirded, so this should have been a much cleaner fight from iQOO Total Gaming, but they have other problems to deal with. They need to get inside that zone, and they need to do that ASAP.
It's alright, they're gonna take the sweet time and at least find a way to go ahead and spawn a couple of players. Manu just trying to break that glass, but he needs something more explosive, Manu. This is not gonna work out. More shots to be landed, even though they have like infinite bullets coming through in that AWM. It's just that you can keep spamming those bullets again and again. And look at the plushie just constantly going ahead and giving the information on where the opponents are. Plus, stopping those glue walls to be made. Ain't that a
God's Reign? It's a massive hoot, but what's a bigger problem over here is that somehow God's Reign and Blackbirds are sharing the same compound? That doesn't make for good neighbors. But at the same time, God's Reign are losing their players to iQOO OgxTSG from the bottom. Shanky, where are you going? Brother, there's way too many people in that house. There's not enough room for you. Somehow, it's Total Gaming who are taking the shots from everybody. Like GYAN Gaming and iQOO OgxTSG is also shooting at Total Gaming. So Shanky's going to get eliminated very, very quickly. Like he got destroyed by 3 different teams. Olympians, you got Blackbeards, you got iQOO OgxTSG, every single person getting a piece of the pie.
Oh my god. I don't know what to say. That was such a spontaneous thought. Let me just go on top of this house and land there like a bird and wait for as long as I can until a grenade launcher just came in, blew him apart. These shots, they're just gonna keep rolling in. Manu constantly keeping tabs where the opponents are, but it's not gonna be helping that much. And finally, things are just shaping out. GYAN Gaming, they're stuck inside that very spot of the arsenal. They're not able to move. There's no one to divert the attention, as most of them, they are doing their own work in order to keep the opponents at bay.
Oh my god. I don't think anybody can keep any opponents at bay. Ozora, look at GodLike.
Oh
they really want to get to that center house, but they will have to face the music and face iQOO OgxTSG first. Look at them bombarding that entire area with a bunch of grenades and freeze bombs. They're gonna get blown up to smithereens and get frozen to death. Hypothermia could be the final winner over here, but take a look at God's Reign. They finally take charge of that house. They want to rush upstairs and kick Blackbirds out of that one. They either force them to pay the rent or evict them from the premises. But GYAN Gaming, getting so many eliminations to their name, get complete control over the southern corridor. They destroy iQOO OgxTSG, which clears up so much room for GodLike over there.
Last man standing for Blackbirds, Raditaka. Oh my goodness. This is extremely hidden mission for him now. And the others, they're still finding those corners. They're still seeing where the opponents can be. 4 players from 3 teams still alive, and look at GodLike, they're still outside waiting for the circle to head towards their corner, and that's what it's gonna look like. The others, they need to evacuate the house, but how soon is gonna be the question.
Oh my god, yep. I mean, God's Reign worked so hard to rush upstairs, which was a very risky move in the first place, and they tried to do that to get the better of Blackbirds, but now Raditaka is somehow hiding in there while God's Reign as well as GYAN Gaming are beating each other up, and just when the iron is hot, GodLike Esports decide to strike. Just as Blackbeards get eliminated, GodLike rush out of there and get the booyah. What a lovely timing from GodLike Esports.
Oh my god. I mean, I do understand where the entire situation just brewed up for this team, GodLike Esports. First, they took fight against iQOO, OgxTSG, and that was a success. And from that, they could take the fence. And nobody shot at them. There was no one to check where they are exactly. And that gave them the edge towards the entire situation. Post that, the cleanup crew was active. All those points in their pockets. And well, GodLike Esports, that's a lovely start for you guys.
Lovely start indeed, man. They were trying to get inside that house since a very long time and they weren't able to. So they were like, okay, screw it. We'll just stay outside. Let GYAN Gaming and God's Reign beat each other up. And when both these teams got finished off, GodLike Esports rushed in. They had 27 eliminations before the final fight even began. And then after eliminating Radhe Thakur, they must have gotten 28. So that's a massive game from GodLike Esports. A minimum of 27 eliminations, maybe even 28. Yeah, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A 40 bomb in the first game itself from GodLike. Wow.
That's a really good start, GodLike. And here's the thing, right? I actually feel bad, to be honest. I do understand that the booyah has been taken by GodLike, but now comes the part where the bullseye is on your back. Right, most of the teams are going to be targeting you in order to take you out so that you don't drop in another 40 bomber. So let's see how well GodLike Esports is going to go ahead and tackle that given situation. But GYAN Gaming, super impressed by their gameplay as well. 18 total points, God's Reign Pros, the way they just bounced right on to GYAN Gaming. And from there on, GYAN Gaming took the fight and they just made it absolutely crystal clear that we are not to be messed around with. 70 total points for God's Reign Pros, iQOO Total Gaming, they have total 12 points, Olympians 12 points, Blackbirds with 11 points, all thanks to the final placement points 9. So that's where I believe that they need to focus more upon. But iQOO, this dude's been focusing on so many players, 9 eliminations, 11 assists, total of 20 skirmishes in which he has taken part of.
Yeah, 2600 damage is insane work. And for 9 eliminations, this damage amount is actually quite low. So you know what that means, Azora? It means he did not take any wasted shots. He did not do any futile damage. Every time he hits somebody, he makes sure that he either knocks them or completely eliminates them. He was also using the Alvaro along with the Beastons, so that makes him a very good grenadier as well. And even though he's got Nero equipped with the AC-80, he can take the long range as well as the short range fights. Basically, an all-rounder through and through. And he's not the only one over here who's got mixed abilities. You take a look at someone like Yogi, he's got the Moko, but not the Maro. Even though he's the dedicated sniper of the team, he's got Skylar and Susie somehow. Why do you even need Susie? Because a elimination hungry team like GodLike Esports will get even more money if they want to go around and get as many eliminations as they can. And if you've got more money, you can afford to take more losses, you can afford to revive your teammates again and again. And then of course, you've got Nancy on the Chrono, basically acting as the support with the Tiva, and Marco with that Oscar dash.
You always need the money game to be up, man. And that's where Yogi and iQOO, both of them have contributed, truth be told. Marco, Nancy, both of them just out there, the rushers doing the best, trying to get those eliminations, and they have done absolutely amazing, man. Imagine first game itself, 28 bomber when it comes in terms of getting those eliminations. That's insane. Post that, getting 12 points is just a cherry on top of the cake, and that's what this team has gone ahead and received. And I just love the enthusiasm from the entirety of this crew.
Let's take a look at where these guys were treading around, because a team like GodLike certainly will not just sit pretty in one place. These guys started off pretty hot towards Mars Electric, and then they traverse north where they pick up a fight against Total Gaming and K9, basically not Total Gaming, they pick up a fight against SHL and K9, basically reducing both those teams down to ashes. And when the dust has settled, they take shelter in that tiny house towards the eastern end of the circle, and then they stay over there until it is time to strike, until they get 9 eliminations in that final circle and then get the booyah. Because they waited for teams like Blackbirds, GYAN Gaming, as well as God's Reign Pros to finish fighting each other, weaken themselves. And when those teams were at their weakest, when they had their feet in the grave already, that's when GodLike Gaming come in and bury them alive.
And yeah, I mean, that's the overall gist, right? And I do understand, like, if one player is remaining, all you have to do is play the wait out game. But here's the thing, Radhe Thakur could have done something better, taking the fight right up against GodLike when they were into a skirmish against the other teams. But it's all right. It's just a very, that very moment where you either go ahead for a fight or you take a flight. And that's where I believe things just went south. We're talking about Purgatory.
Yeah.
Purgatory, we can see there's a lot of players, a lot of teams heading to Brasilia, and that's one of the places where I've seen most of them head towards. But wait a second, iQOO Total Gaming? Nah, I've never seen them go towards Central in the entirety of Purgatory. It's Crossroads, always, and the drop clash against GodLike.
Yep. I mean, both Total Gaming and GodLike are lying about this one, man. I mean, we know for a fact they love dropping in Crossroads. It's always been a GodLike versus Total Gaming battle in Crossroads. But now somehow SHUL and K9 want to be a part of this as well. Olympians probably will not go to Crossroads. I mean, there's a lot of other options over there. There's a pretty good chance that Olympians will drop somewhere across fields. Maybe even split drop between the fields compounds and somewhere between Crossroads, so that they can get more ground, get more loot, and, those individual players are also good enough to farm some individual frags. But Brasilia is looking red hot. And speaking of red hot, I don't think REDWINND will survive over there if they actually commit to their preferred drop spot of Brasilia, because God's Reign pros are going to eat them alive.
Yeah.
REDWINND Esports need a massive win condition if they want to take Brasilia for themselves. And
See,
so
it's
far,
not
they don't
only a
have
massive-
that win condition identified.
It's not only about the massive win condition, it's about winning how you're going to take the fights, right? The first individual fight itself, making the opponents weak, making them beg for mercy, is the primary task of any and every rusher who is present out there. So I'm just expecting and I'm hoping that the first fights are going to be perfect, and then and only then the momentum is going to take a very nice turn and they can keep rolling that wheel hot. So let's see how well they can go ahead and accomplish that. But these are my predictions. K9 all across, all right. And alongside, I can see those mix of GW MANISH alongside SHUL, and I have even Blackbirds.
Yeah. I'm actually very surprised about why you picked Blackbirds, because historically this isn't one of their stronger maps. If this was something like a Kalahari or maybe even an Alpine, I would have given it to you. Blackbirds are very strong on that one, but Purgatory, I don't expect them to do really well. If they get a good spot though, I think they can get a bunch of elimination points. But that's also why I have picked up GW MANISH. Again, this is that one team who performs well only on Purgatory. So this has to be their map. If they don't get 10 eliminations in the first 3 circles, then I think GW MANISH don't stand much of a chance to win this game or even to qualify for the next phase of the tournament.
I mean, I was coming to that fact itself, but here's the thing, right, about Blackbirds. They have had a very bad game towards the first corner, right? The first game has been very bad. So here's the thing about human psychology. It's either you bounce back with a really nice color, which I believe Blackbirds will be able to do. I know it's not their map, but they will still be able to at least jot down 25 plus points is what I think. So it's either this that they can go ahead and bounce back instantly, or they're going to take some time, and I'm going to wait unless they're going to reach towards that spot.
Okay, fair enough. It's a very risky, very bold prediction to make, but I respect it. I respect you for taking a risk like that. The thing is, Blackbirds, I would say they had a mediocre game. The only thing that ruined Blackbirds' game in the previous one in Bermuda was the fact that God's Reign Pros decided to rush them upstairs. They did not need to do that. God's Reign Pros could have stayed on the ground floor. They could have repelled away the waves of invaders that GYAN Gaming and GodLike were cosplaying as.
Yes.
It would have been basically like shooting a bunch of zombies in a zombie shooter game, because those guys were just crashing upon you with massive numbers. And Blackbirds, while sitting on top, would have actually helped you out clear some of those invaders who are on the outskirts of that house. But because God's Reign Pros decided to rush upstairs, everybody was like, okay, it's go time. It's time to third party. So GYAN Gaming comes pouring in, GodLike comes pouring in, and that's basically when the entire tinderbox is lit on fire. It takes one tiny spark, and that entire lobby, which was basically like a giant tinderbox, it will set itself on fire. And GodLike Pros were the ones who lit the match. So as long as nobody goes around actively griefing Blackbirds anymore, I think they're gonna have a good time.
And I'm hoping that they will go ahead and have the good time as well. And well, the others, as we could see, their sparks were out in the early game itself, early bit of it, SATUL Elite. Well, not good situations. It was very icky. First of all, there was like a hit list on them, and post that they could not even strategize onto what can be done, as so many players, specifically from K9, they just bombarded the entire part of it. And from there on, the elimination streak, the moment it started jotting down, that's where GodLike were like, you know what, let's just activate our turbo skills. And so far, even in the qualifiers, even in the first 4 days when we saw them perform, they were not that heavy on the positional advantage. It was always heavy on the part of reaching and getting those elimination points, and that's what I really love about them. And slowly heading all the way towards the second map, things are going to get even more amazing as well. These teams, how good are they going to perform in Purgatory? Will Purgatory push them, or they themselves are going to be on the very nice hot streak?
Yeah, GodLike were on a hot streak because they were third-partying every single team in the lobby in the first map. Will they get as many opportunities handed to them on a silver platter? We will find out soon, because generally GodLike have absolutely no troubles winning their battles in Brasilia. But that is if they decide to go to Brasilia, they will be granted all these battles. If they actually stick to their predicted drop spot, to their preferred drop spots, and they actually go towards Marble Works, they are not going to face a lot of early game action at all. So this is very rare from GodLike to go towards Marble Works off drop, and nobody went towards Crossroads. Technically, you can say that Total Gaming are close to Crossroads, but then again, they're basically split dropping across fields and Crossroads, right? They're not actually hot contesting anyone over there. The people who are being contested are SATUL Elite, and it's GYAN Gaming who are on their heels once again.
Oh, no, there's another team, DW. They're just waiting.
Yeah,
DW Live.
that too.
Yep. It's not going to be a very nice standoff. And this triad is going to lead to something very deadly. SATUL Elite, I hope you are prepared for this. The drone's being sent out, and the drone is not going to give additional information. Those red pings are not going to be seen in the mini-map anymore. GYAN Gaming still trying their level best to at least reach close, and this is the part where you have to be extremely smart. Your information is already long gone. And Vota, he's just planning something devious now.
Yeah, but they know that SATUL can't make a move. But GYAN Gaming also have a backup plan. They've only got 2 players over here as an initiation party. They are split dropping. The other 2 players of GYAN Gaming are not anywhere close to this. They are in a completely different spot near Forge. So in case something goes wrong, the whole team won't get eliminated. But Shubo gets rushed. And so Han tries to force him out of that corner bubble. Somehow Shubo holds his ground, but Vota finally chimes in, and both of them take down Shubo as a combination. Now they've got 1 more player to hunt. It's gonna be Insane, but Insane was taken down by DW Bully, and now DW Live finally step out of their hiding holes and take SATUL's crown. Vota, surviving on his last legs, has to get away from the spot, but he's already been spotted. He has to run, and there's not much place left to run. Somehow survives by the skin of his teeth, only to get rushed by Claws once again. It's not just Claws, it's the whole armada, and they take him down. DW Live have 4 eliminations, and you've got Bully as the temporary elimination leader of the lobby.
Wow. Eliminate Pahadi now. Okay, that's a task which I would say it's not going to be that easy. But let's see how well this team is going to go ahead and jot that down as well. There you go. Blackbirds finally emerging, trying to break that beak off and slowly pluck those feathers so that at least they can get some clean ones and start to fly again.
Well, Blackbirds have a decent spread out over fields. I also know that Total Gaming was somewhere split dropping across fields, so I hope they don't run into Blackbirds very soon. Although, that being said though, Total Gaming will now probably have the luxury of going all the way down towards Crossroads and then getting their loot. Meanwhile, Olympians over here, they've got campsite under control. Noxious taken down. Aladdin has been spotted as well. They probably shouldn't have any trouble taking down Aladdin unless he gets on a magic carpet and flies away. which seems very unlikely in Free Fire Max. But a little whimsy never hurt. These bullets, though, they will definitely hurt. And there is GoPoo taking down Aladdin.
Gopu doesn't stop at all, man. This dude's on a different level. Like every single time he spots an opponent, quick shots, AC-80 in hand, and there you go, second elimination on board. GYAN Gaming on the other end against GW MANISH. Chubo, he's not stopping at all. It's a quick spree of a moment where they're just jotting down those elimination points in the earlier phase so that later on they're not going to be facing the similar kind of a repercussion where they haven't received good amount of elimination points. They don't have to solely prefer getting those position advantage points where it's 12 or 9 or nothing. They want something big in the earlier phase itself. Hitman, bold move, but he's going to be taken down.
Ninja kind of cornered over here. He doesn't have the right weaponry to deal with this kind of a situation. That XM8 can barely tickle at that range. So he's kind of locked out of the action over here while the rest of his teammates have to pick up the brunt of this battle. Wait a second. Olympians are disengaging. Or maybe they're hoping that GYAN Gaming will be the ones that close in the distance. Look at how closely Amin and Gopu are playing to that blue container. They want GYAN Gaming to get up close and personal so that they can use their shotguns. And here is the trap. Insane, lovely jump shot by him. Takes down Amin, but it's Arup who helps out the rest of his teammates and even gets the revive onto Insane. So Olympians had a good idea. They wanted GYAN Gaming to close in the distance, but their gamble did not pay off and they lose their lives. Luckily, they can get revived right back again.
The initial few shots of the M590 were very important, and right after the miss, they could not do anything. Now GYAN Gaming, alright, Dinoculus being used, Vota under the radar, flying bird, and he's gonna be clipped. Will he be, is the question. Chubo is just charging forward. He knows that's a point that can be earned real soon, and Sohan, he's on a different shack altogether. He needs to provide the support in order to keep one of his players alive, but I don't think so he'll be able to do that as the plushie is gonna give the constant information on where Vota is. Oh boy.
Vota is literally trapped between a rock and a river. Insane is trying to get angles on him, but he will have to go very far out in the open. Insane finally gets that shot onto Vota, but that's exactly what I was afraid of. Sohan was sitting inside that shack, hoping to give Vota some cover. And even though he can't protect Voka, he can certainly avenge him by eliminating Ninja. Hold on though, Olympians are here. They want a piece of the pie. Shubo thought that it would be a smart idea to start taking some sneaky shots, but he was the last man of his team. And that overextension costs him their lives.
That's right. Slowly but surely, teams are getting back on track, but K9, just one player surviving. And look at them, the fake, he's way too far. He's outside of the circle and he's facing the wrath of it. That's one thing. But he needs to slowly make the way as well. The only bridge that I can see that can do justice is the Brasilia's bridge. Golf course all across that area. That's the only place that I can see him head towards inside the circle quickly. But before all of that, he needs to bring back those fallen comrades. A lot of task on his shoulder. But he's willing to do it, man.
Yeah. And look at Dafiq, man. Like, he's literally going to the vending machine in Quarry just to get Xian back online. And now Xian will have to fly towards Marble Works, collect all the coins from there, and then go to the vending machine in Marble Works to get the rest of his 2 teammates online. Yeah, it's not even hard work. It's just hard labor at this point. You're literally running around collecting coins so that you can bring your teammates back again. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are basically in a real estate rush. They want to capture the most prominent compounds in Brasilia so that they don't have to shift their position later on when the circle moves.
I would say might as well go ahead and get Suzy equipped in your passive, but unfortunately, K9, they don't have any eliminations to go ahead and give the solid bucks through those eliminations. So that's one of the better parts that the team is facing through. But iQOO, Total Gaming, they're heading inside the smack center and Mafia far off angle. Finally, he bands together, and now I believe that the team can at least take those shots from 4 different angles, and then and only then they will understand how many teams are there in this vicinity. I hope they have an idea.
I hope so too. they might be able to use their binoculars, but the binoculars is going to show them a ridiculously high number. So all they will see is a bunch of people. They won't be able to distinguish which team has which compound. So right now, all you can do is keep these enemies away from you. Basically set up perimeter security so that nobody can get close to your particular house. And if you got 2 houses under your control, if you got like a split push going on, then you need to maintain your numbers. Because right now, no team will be wise enough to initiate a battle. Everybody will be waiting for someone else to take the fall first, to send it in first, so that they can third party next. Now, you know what, Azora? It will be super, super funny and entertaining if the circle completely moves away from Brasilia, forcing everybody outside. Although that is rather unlikely.
Yeah, that's very unlikely. But I love the way you just thought about that, because I myself was I was going through the same thought process. 5 and 7,
devil's
wherever you
advocate.
can see the care packages, that's where I thought that if the circle ends up being towards that corner, imagine the kind of rush that the players are going to have in their head, and they will be like, you know what, we called in this area. We thought that it's going to be this circle, but game, why would you want to do this? You know, that part would have been really good, but okay, I do understand. And there you go, Brasilia. Completely taking down the entire area of Brasilia. You take a house, it's yours. You're
Yeah.
going to be thanking your real estate realtor as well, and be very happy about it.
Yeah. So right now, it's all about gathering the best possible spots and putting yourself in a position to rotate when the circle eventually pushes you out. Because since the circle has gone for a hard shift towards this side of Brasilia, it's probably going to go for a central shift later on. Now, Yogi, lovely shot onto GYAN. But the rest of the members of K9 are kind of split up, which
Arjun.
isn't exactly a bad thing to do when you don't have a place to call home. Meanwhile, Shubh finds the other member of K9, so these guys are dropping like flies one by one, and now K9 are down to just 2 people. Yogi lands that shot onto Krish. Great dome cracker. But can they revive Krish? Yes, they can, and unfortunately, Yogi cannot convert that into a point.
Oh my goodness. I mean, imagine he doesn't have Maro, but still he's able to deal so much damage. And Arjun, little does he know, even he escaped the death part of it. Oh, another lovely shot right onto the feet of it. But still, Arjun, he's like, let me just go ahead, fix myself. And we need to hold this compound till the very end. Yogi is just making things so bad for the opponents. Specifically for iQOO OgxTSG.
Yeah, but luckily iQOO OgxTSG don't really lose any members, so they're still 4-man strong. They can just heal themselves up, and it's not like they have any shortage of medkits. Aim, landing down on the ground, but he's way out in the open, and he's gonna be a hot target for so many teams. Dafiq did such a difficult job of getting his teammate back up online, but now they're so far away from each other, they can basically not give each other any cover. The best case possible is that they both act as solo rats and nobody finds them.
Which is highly unlikely.
Look at this, Azora. GW Manish landing straight on top of SHUL Elite again.
Insane.
Once more, the jump pads are forcing a battle which GW Manish did not sign up for. And now SHUL have to somehow deal with this, even though they did not ask for this battle. At least they're not in the exact same house. They can still take pot shots at each other from the windows. But eventually, both these teams will have to abandon this spot and go towards the house where DW Live is residing.
Oh, that's going to be
Once
tricky.
they do that, DW Live will have way too much pressure because they are already dealing with iQOO OgxTSG.
A lot. But I like the lucks of Blackbirds. Look at them. They're getting a care package right beside them. So that can be a really nice cover for them. And that's a very swift moment. SHUL Elite, they're just rushing forward, heading compound after compound. And that's massive. That's a really nice switcheroo. But at the same time, it's Awake. He just wants to go ahead and at least get a piece of the pie. But it's not going to be that easy. You need to go ahead and completely decimate the opponent. That's when you can get the elimination point. As long as they're going to survive, they're going to keep reviving and they will be back into the picture. But that's a lovely shot coming in. Awik just keeping his head, mind, body alive, kicking, and he's all over the place.
They've got control of the vending machine. That means no more revivals for the likes of K9. K9 desperately wanted this particular vending machine, but now Dafiq finds himself in the crosshairs of GYAN Gaming Insane. And GYAN Gaming are just farming eliminations. They're at 10 points already, with Insane being the damage king of the lobby. SHUL and GW MANISH forced into close proximity, and now Pahari gets to shine. That VSK gets him the knock onto Avik, but DW Blaze from behind put a bullet in his brain, and even Sohan goes down. This is the perfect opportunity to send it onto SHUL Esports, and GW MANISH do not waste even a second. Avik dashes right through that door with the Oscar, and he blows open the glue walls. Pahari and Ronit forced to retreat onto the top floor. So now they don't have to just defend the staircase against GW MANISH, but they also need to be careful of the windows because DW Live can shoot them from those gaps. Luckily, you got iQOO Total Gaming, who are completely distracted in a different battle, so they can't fourth party on this situation. Otherwise, the situation would have been worse than it already is. Just a tiny inch of this house is now available for the taking, and both these teams will have to share this house even though they don't want to share any rent agreements. But in this process, K9 and REDWINND Esports, they both get eliminated.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Ronit, Pahari, both of them still surviving. The amount of plushies that have been sent, and GW MANISH out of nowhere, they're just sending a couple of players packing home. SADUL Elite could not do much there. Around the corner, now is the fate that GW MANISH is holding, and they're trying their level best. Healing pistols being utilized, but it's not going to help out a lot as Krish, he's just taking all of those shots. Arjun on one side, Arjun just shining. 3 players, all 3 taken down just by the sliver of the hope of the window. There's one still surviving, and he gives a very nice res right there. But how far can GW MANISH's team go further? It's tough.
It's absolutely difficult, but iQOO OgxTSG, the zone just granted them the golden ticket to farm as many eliminations as possible. They can take shots onto both DW Live as well as GYAN Gaming. GYAN Gaming use their reinforced drone so that they can put up the glue walls and inch by inch move ahead into the zone. But even DW Live have the same idea. GW MANISH unfortunately get eliminated in the process, but GodLike are somehow dropping into this fight on top of GG. GYAN Gaming have to hold on to their own because Anubhav is down and so is Manu, but Cropsy is in a prime position to revive their teammates. DW Live, they want to take jump shots. You can see how Blaze is trying to send the grenades right across that wall, but he's just not getting the angle. Unfortunately, the final shot comes through and GYAN Gaming get eliminated, but God's Reign, they are still alive and kicking. Even Total Gaming bite the dust. Somehow, by a crazy stroke of luck, DW Live are now in prime position because everybody else will have to move towards them.
Oh, that was a lovely try, and look at the compound support that DW is getting. All in, all out. iQOO OgxTSG, they are on the prowl now, constantly rotating right around the corner, knowing where the opponents are. Manu, Cropsy right in front. Cropsy just trying his level best to take that fight against GW and at least get a player or two, but it's not going to be that easy as Krish is right in front. M590 in hand. Constant pops coming through, and Arjun, he's also there, banding together. This entire team is unstoppable. It is looking really good for iQOO OgxTSG to go ahead and get the booyah, but is it going to be possible as there's still one player surviving from the likes of God's Reign?
And same for DW Live. I would have said that a second ago, and that would have been true because Claus was keeping the hope alive for this team. But now it's up to Manu to pull off this 1v3, and he cannot take anybody down. Legend puts the final nail in the coffin, and iQOO OgxTSG get their booyah.
That's a lovely, lovely beginning for them. All this time, they were looking for a sliver of hope. They were looking for an opening, and finally, the way Arjun has shut down so many players right around the corner as they thought that the window is a safer choice to head down is where it just made things even more easy for this entire team. Arjun, my oh my, all shots right in the smack center of the fish's eye.
Yeah, man. And they had plenty of fishes to shoot at. iQOO OgxTSG, they were having so many options. They basically could not choose. It's like they have the ability to fire in every direction. And they did exactly that. They took their sweet time. They let God's Reign jump on top of GYAN Gaming because that was the only move that God's Reign had in their arsenal. And this is again a desperation move from God's Reign that we saw in the previous map of Bermuda as well. They were out of options, so they had to force that 4v4 fight, which weakened both the teams. In the previous game, GodLike took away the Booyah because God's Reign enabled the weakness of the other teams. They enabled GodLike to exploit that weakness. And now they've done the same by setting up iQOO OgxTSG for success. Lovely game from this team. 11 eliminations to their name with 23 total points. There could have been a lot more, but you gotta be considerate of the situation over here because even though iQOO OgxTSG were getting a lot of knocks, most of those eliminations were getting stolen away from them. That's what happens when there's so many players in close proximity.
True that. And I really admire the consistency of God's Reign pros, man. Admire the consistency. Even in the previous game, they at least reached towards the top 4, and that enables them to at least get 6 points at the bare minimum. 7, 8, 9 to be one of the best places, and 12 is, of course, one of the best spots where you can be at. So overall, it's a lovely situation that this team is going ahead and jotting down again and again. Consistency is the key. GYAN Gaming 21 points, TW Live as well. My goodness, man. The entirety of the team, I do not know how and from where. They just popped right in. And getting those eliminations has been a key for them to go ahead and get those points. And now, talking about today's standings, this is how it is. GodLike Esports, they're sitting at the tippy top with 1 Booyah and total of 47 total points.
Yeah, the second game was low-key bad for them. They got the massive 40 bomb in the first game itself, but then only 7 points in the second game. So things kind of slowed down for them, which allowed GYAN Gaming and God's Reign pros to catch up to them. In fact, GYAN Gaming and God's Reign are tied up. Both these teams seem to have their fates so intertwined because it's always God's Reign pros who initiate the game-changing battle, both in Bermuda as well as over here in Purgatory, and it's GYAN Gaming who somehow capitalize on that chaos. And then below that, you've got iQOO OgxTSG by virtue of getting this Booyah. They're at 32 points and the 4th place. Then you've got Total Gaming. They are relying more on eliminations other than placement. So they're at 24 points, and same with DW Live, who surprisingly find themselves in the top 6, even though there are some very heavy hitters in this lobby. They are at 22 points. But then after that, things start to dwindle for them because you've got Blackbirds at 20, Olympians at 16, GW MANISH at 15. The bottom 3 teams are at single-digit points, and that is a massive cause of concern because 1/3 of the day is already gone.
That's true. And through that 1/3 of the day, the second map, Krish, for sure has to be crowned as the MVP. Lovely performance. Olivia, Joseph, Nikita just going ahead and being the passive, and Oscar dashes, all thanks to him being the rusher of the team, has provided a lot of team booster and the confidence where they can keep rolling further and further in. So overall, I love the enthusiasm from Krish. He knows how to keep jumping around and getting those eliminations. But the overall, I would love to see the kind of initiative that the team has provided in order to enable this player called Krish.
Amazing performance from Krish, but I want to see what the rest of his teammates were wielding. You've got Ayush on Zane. We've seen that quite a lot because of the Zane buff lately, but we haven't really seen Auto all that much. So that's a rare passive that we haven't seen a lot of. Arjun, of course, using the typical sniper loadout of Skylar, Maro, Moko. And you've also got Legend as the Grenadier. Even though he is a Grenadier, he doesn't have any single ability which helps him get more nades damage like your pet Beastin or even Alvaro for that matter. He doesn't have any of those. In fact, he's got a very defensive setup with Chrono, Tiva and Joseph. And then you've got Krish with the typical Nikita and Joseph along with your Oscar. So he definitely should be the MVP because he's going to be the tip of the spear for this team. But even then, you got Arjun, who's got the most damage in the team, ahead by just 200 of Krish.
Well, that's true. And these team stats, yes, it does showcase the kind of eliminations that we can see right in front of us. But it's just a slow start, right? We have seen iQOO OgxTSG be absolutely insane in the starting few days, in the starting few games in earlier times of it. 3 maps were absolutely amazing, but post that is when they started to just take it a bit slow. And that's where I would be actually more concerned. I would love to see the kind of bombastic start that they already received post getting this booyah. So carrying forward is the key to getting the momentum for the next following map as well. And the circle analysis, it's only Team Olympians who have lost us all in Circle 1. And look at the others. Oh my goodness, making it all the way towards 5th circle. This is massive. This explains a lot about adaptability and survivability towards how far you can reach at the very end. This is insane.
Insane indeed. iQOO, OgxTSG were basically the circle magnets. They've picked themselves a nice compound, the two-story house across the road for the majority of the game. And then when the circle shifted, they sneakily got into the other compound towards the southern side of that road, and they did not take any casualties in the process. So that is a really good rotation coming through from iQOO, OgxTSG. So you not only avoided losing players in that risky rotation, but you also managed to keep tabs on everybody else and repel everybody else away, or basically force them to fight each other instead of focusing on you. And because iQOO, OgxTSG did not get pinched in a difficult spot, they managed to get that booyah. Now, let's take a look at their chances of winning the next game, because even though they did not get pinched in Purgatory, there is a chance that they will get pinched over here between Total Gaming and God's Reign Pros.
Oh, you're looking at the smaller picture. I mean, look at Basecamp, Dock, Sunside. This is one of the places where it's heavily contested. And if that happens, I'm just going to cross my finger and I'm just going to hope that it happens according to the kind of preferred drop spots that we're looking at. SHUL Elite, they are in a dire need of good points. They're sitting at single digit, and this is extremely concerning for all the fans out there who are watching this stream right now. Olympians, K9, GW MANISH, these 4 teams clashing it out right next to Doc is heavily concerning. I haven't seen that kind of a star-studded performance even from iQOO Total Gaming. What is going on today? It's like we know that there's a fantastic 7 waiting for us. It's going to be a mini finals that we can see today, but the mini finals is slowly turning into a furnace. It's Inferno all again.
Exactly. And that's how hot the lobby is right now. I am hoping that everybody is enjoying this one. And so far, you guys have seen which teams have performed well. If you guys have any predictions for this particular game, please let us know in the comments. Please let us know which team you think will win this one. Let us know your predictions, because I'm going to tell you about my predictions right now. I firmly believe that SHUL can take this game throughout and throughout, like no doubt about it. I believe you also have the same opinion. We also have GodLike in our predictions, so yeah, great minds think alike. But we just differ on the Total Gaming and the K9 aspect. Why did you pick Total Gaming over here in Alpine?
Total Gaming, Alpine, well, I have seen them in the past.
Actually, yeah,
they have
are
been
a very good team.
Very crazy, man. They have been like one of those killmongers. They keep running around. They see any player landing down, instantly gone. Poof, you try again. Then the coin keeps rolling in. Try again until unless you win. And that's where iQOO Total Gaming comes into the picture. Alpine is a beautiful map for them. And they know in and out every single nook and cranny about it. Plus, the teams that they already have seen earlier on, it's like 2 games done and dusted. Now it's the 3rd. It's time to start hitting the gas pedal. Do not hold back your punches. Just keep going right at it.
Yeah, and this is the time to push that pedal to the metal. Right now is the only chance for teams like K9, because you gotta keep in mind, I predicted K9 before this day began. If somebody told me that by the end of the second game, K9 would have less than 10 points, I would call them a liar. I would straight up gaslight them into believing that they do not know enough about the game. But unfortunately, K9 are at single-digit points. So if they don't win over here in Alpine, or if they don't get like a 20-30 point a game, I don't think they're making it to the knockout stage, man. And that would be a very bitter loss, because they are a very talented team. They have been fighting really well, but they just get caught in the most awkward third-party scenarios. And somehow Alpine is one of those maps where you can avoid those third-party scenarios. There's enough hiding spots, there's enough jump pads, there's enough vending machines. So you can survive longer. It's not as cruel as Purgatory, Because in Purgatory, K9 had absolutely no chance. Like every time
They
they
did
tried to revive someone, they were losing that player the moment their feet touched the ground. And poor Dafiq had to run all the way around Marble Works and the entire island to get just one player back online. And even when he did that, he had to stay so far away from that player that reviving was basically impossible. So if K9 get caught in that endless cycle of reviving and dying, yeah, they're not gonna make it. So Alpine is like one map where they can break that cycle, get out of that vicious cycle, and somehow, move to the top.
It's always a mood killer. When you're trying to revive your teammates again and again, it's a mood killer, man. It's all of a sudden your kill switch is off. So that's one thing that you need to avoid. If you go into a fight, finish it as soon as possible. As Alpine, it's a comparatively small map as you look at it. And the way things are going to shape in this one, you never know where the opponents are going to come through. You might have thought that, you know what, Snowfall is a better place. I can stay there in some very nice harmony, but it's not going to work out like that. As most of the teams, they're heading all the way towards that corner. GYAN Gaming, wait, are they planning to head towards Garrison? Yes, they are. This is interesting.
Okay, so if they go towards Garrison, do they have a drop clash? No, not in Garrison for sure. But if they go for a 2-2 split, then they might just be able to grief Olympians and Blackbirds over there near Railroad. Meanwhile, in Carousel, you got GW Manoush, and you can guarantee that GW Manish will basically go north to third party on that fight as quickly as they can. Total Gaming drop across base camp, and that's 3-1 split. Might just help them out quite a lot, but Militia is being controlled by God's Reign over here, so that is not a threat anymore. I don't think God's Reign will leave Militia anytime soon, and even if they do, they'll probably head south towards Forest Red rather than go up towards Railroad. So over here, Olympians and GYAN Gaming, they have a nice fight all to themselves. Blackbirds are just trying to get out of here. They don't even want any part of this one, and they are already trying to make their escape. But I hope Olympians need to get some information, right? Because if they go in blind, they won't even know if they got hit by Blackbird or if they got hit by GYAN Gaming. And right now, Shubo is hitting them like a truck. That cord helps them get the first spray down, but instantly the trade comes through. Gopu should be able to get Manish back up on his feet, and that's what happens when Olympians stick together. Unfortunately, though, Blackbird had a lovely opportunity and they didn't capitalize on it. They're still not participating in this fight, even though they've got the height advantage. Insane at 1 HP lands a shot onto Amin. Somehow gets downed by Gopu again. But that was indeed an insane shot. Like, he lived up to his name over there.
The plushie. It always is the plushie. Blame it on it. And the others, Amin, yet again, the moment he's like on his feet and now he's already gone. The others trying to provide the support, but it's not going to be that easy as Blackbirds, they're slowly but surely heading all the way down, stooping down in order to get that kill confirmed. Olympians, somehow they have revived the opponent, revived their allies, and the others are still on top. This is problematic. Gopu just trying to keep the enemies at bay, and he's constantly getting that therapy.
This is turning into a bit of a stalemate. GW Manish have 3 of their players back again. I mean, they're just waiting for somebody to initiate this fight because Olympians got the ground floor covered. Blackbirds have the roof. And iQOO Total Gaming, could this finally be the catalyst for change? Could this finally be the match that lights the Tinderbox flame again? Oh my god, look at Flame. I speak about lighting the match and he's climbed up already. He's taking the fight to Blackbirds on the high ground. That Skyler Riptide Rhythm Bit folds him back into the time turner, but the time turner expires. Luckily, he doesn't get taken down. Unfortunately, Somi and Mokria take so many losses. It's just down to Radhe Thakur. The captain has to run away and save his skin to keep the flame alive for his team.
3 teams still around the corner. And iQOO Total Gaming, they're on top. Mafia, I do understand he has a very nice elevated ground, and Flame, he needs to be aware of that. The information is out there, and look at the way he's been constantly pinged as well. 1 shot and Moko is doing its final bidding. iQOO Total Gaming very close to a huge cluster, and right behind I can see GYAN Gaming heading all the way in deep into the enemy territory. Flame jumping right down, and Amin So far, no connections, but this is the connection that has already been made. Delete instantly eradicates the problem. And MANISH, he's going to be the next one to follow. Last man standing. What's going on here? Olympians, they would love to go ahead and plug those players in, but Shanky, what did he think? Time Turner being plugged right in. And iQOO Total Gaming, they would love to get every single elimination as they are still having that setback. And in order to get the momentum, they need to be aggressive yet again.
And they definitely want to be aggressive. They have no reason to back down now. They are on a hot streak. The instant Tiva reses just keep Total Gaming on fire over here, because even when they take losses, they can just pick themselves up right again. Olympians down to their last legs, somehow managing to get their players alive, but they are forced to scatter now. Even GW MANISH taking heavy casualties. They get no elimination points out of that skirmish, and now they are down to their last player, which puts them in a precarious spot, because even reviving his players now will be extremely difficult if you lack the funds. Oh, and they get found out by DW Live. That's GW MANISH out.
When did this happen? SATUL Elite, when did they get eliminated? I mean, I do understand that the entire fight was going on towards that very spot. Post that railroad, yes, that was the only place that we saw some skirmish, and earlier on itself, SATUL Elite.
And GodLike.
And GodLike.
Both. Yeah. Bro, 2 of our predicted teams are out already. So will you call us the bad luck charms? I don't even know, man. At this point, my hope is still on K9, who are having a good enough time, but the moment I say their name, they lose almost all of their players. At least Sunny will be able to get 2 of his players back up online, but they again won't have the opportunity to land together, which again forces them into individual 1v1s, which they have no chance of winning. And they're already being tracked by Arjun.
Oh, look at the meteor. It's falling down. The meteor, it's reaching. But I don't think so. He can go ahead and see something out of this. No light to be seen. GYAN, he's trying his level best to stay alive. And finally, he's inside the compound. Oh my god, for a second I was hella concerned. And the concern is to be right. Oh my goodness, Krish. Out of nowhere, he's just gonna bombard all of his M590 shots. And every single one of them, they just connect.
At least GYAN gets bought right back by Tafiq the moment he dies. But that was a reckless push by Krish. Like, he went in all by himself. None of his teammates were close to him. So if Krish loses that fight over there, that's a free point for K9. And rushing alone generally isn't recommended. But when you're feeling as confident as Krish, when you've already won a Booyah in the previous game, why wouldn't you rush your opponents all by yourself? Ooh, take a look at this. Olympians trapped in Vantage. At least Amin isn't on the island itself, but Hitman is strapped on Vantage along with GYAN Gaming.
Oh, wait. Docs? I can see an insane fight being brewed up right about now. But we'll get to it later on. Before all of that, God's Reign. Pros, they're having a tough time. Struggle, Cropsy. Even though the revival has come through, I can see a player already running away from the entire fight of it. Krish, this man is on a different level, and this confidence is seen out there plain as the sky. Manu, the last man standing. Good call that he could just run away, but look at him being constantly pinged. And if the opponents go ahead and see this as a really nice opportunity to go ahead and shut down that one team who constantly reaches towards top 4, they might as well do it. But REDWINND, what's going on?
Wow. Yeah, it's like they've got a second wind. They've been taking so many losses in the last 2 games, but now they are on a hot streak. They've got 9 eliminations to their name, and they managed to protect their marked teammate. So, just W's all around for REDWINND. A surprising underdog contender for this game. Meanwhile, GYAN Gaming, they've been looking for fights all day long, but they haven't really found anything to their liking. And now they've got the option to take shots at Aztec, but then that will just be like poking the hornet's nest and inviting them to bite you. GYAN Gaming must have bitten off a bit more than they could chew, because Arup is trying to take pot shots at Radhe Thakur. And even though he got the knock on Radhe Thakur, he won't be able to get the elimination. But this invites the attention of Total Gaming, and now Shanky and Delete are going in for the full send. Shanky trying to climb up while Insane isn't even looking in his general direction. So Shanky manages to get that shot onto Insane very easily, and Delete runs circles around Shubho. It's all up to Arup and Ninja. They don't have the ability to get away, and if they get wiped out over here, it's game over for GYAN Gaming. At least Total Gaming aren't pushing all their chips to the center of the table, so they've still got they've still got insurance policies. Even if Shanky and Delete die over here, it's not the end of the game for Total Gaming.
That's right, but look at them. They've already accumulated 11 total points, and a couple of them right in front of them. Arup, they need to do something. GYAN Gaming, this is a very tense situation. Blackbird's right behind. And if this carries on, then I believe the sandwich situation is going to take away the entire hope of GYAN Gaming to stay alive in this particular map. Ninja, that one mistake of peeking, that one insane sniper. Never do it as Delete. He's just going to go ahead, rendezvous, get that frag, and there you go. The entire team completely diminished. Blackbirds, they were watching all of this from afar. They knew the kind of pace iQOO Total Gaming is already having currently, and they might as well not take this fight head on. Third party is the call.
Yeah, but they're a little too late to third party over here. So now they just take pot shots at iQOO Total Gaming and hope that they don't get full send, because Blackbirds only have 2 players over here. I'm sorry, 3. Where is their third player? I have no idea just yet. I don't see Somi on my screen so far, but surely he's not over here. Otherwise, they wouldn't really be protecting their teammate much.
Oh, it's all 4 players inside the compound.
They are stuck together. Okay,
they're all
insane.
stuck together. I mean,
I did not expect Blackbirds to have such a clustered group. I thought that they would go for a 3-1 split for sure.
No, but that's all right? Blackbirds, so far, they haven't received the kind of fruit that they were looking for in all of these games. So it explains the paranoia that they're going through right now. K9, it's all eyes on them as Cropsy.
Yeah.
He is also entering towards the circle. And both of these teams are constantly being pinged.
Yeah. Oh, poor Dafiq. He's getting crunched between REDWIND and OgxTSG. Yeah, that's the end. At least Honey will be able to get the res onto Dafiq. He will fight him right back. But iQOO OgxTSG have a new target, and it's REDWIND Esports. REDWIND actually they have been having a pretty good time. They've been getting a lot of eliminations, so they might not back away from this fight. But iQOO OgxTSG definitely will. They are like, nope, we are not fighting you outside the zone. We will prioritize our positions first.
Hot pursuit. We can see REDWIND behind, and at the same time, Legend just trying to enter towards the circle. And REDWIND, they are very smart. They're taking it slow. They know the odds are against them, and they are in dire need of good points alongside a Booyah, which iQOO OgxTSG has already received. So no point in taking this fight outside the circle. Enter towards the circle, contest for it. If they're going to be gate kept, then they have to fight for it. As simple as that. And they have found the perfect spot. It's going to be the petrol bump. Or rather, stop right in front.
Right now, they just need to keep themselves alive, because if everybody in this monster truck goes down, that's the end of REDWIND. It's the most disastrous ride possible.
Oh my god!
That's what happens when you put all your eggs in one basket. Yeah, just a moment of silence for our fallen brothers. They made the oldest mistake in the book, having your entire team travel in one vehicle. And now, iQOO OgxTSG just got awarded 4 points for free, and they want 4 more. The next one on their hit list is going to be Olympians. You can see Hitman and Gopo already traversing across the other side, and they're trying to isolate iQOO, but iQOO has been backed up. Krish and Legend both working really well together to trade knocks with each other. iQOO invades that time turner and tries to get the knock onto Manish, and he does. It's all up to one player just... Nah, that's also done. Olympians wipe out iQOO OgxTSG. They got a little too carried away.
Single-handedly, Hitman was the one doing all that heavy lifting, and now they have to run away. This fight is not meant for them as Blackbirds. They have come right across the corner. Manish, he's still surviving somehow. If he's going to be unchecked, then this is one of the points that Blackbirds cannot receive, and they instantly head all the way towards K9. This is massive. What's going on? All 4 players just heels high, reaching towards that fight, and it's going to be a 4v4 real soon. Radhe Thakur on the other end. What a lovely shot. Did manage to go ahead and take down one player, but they're inside the compound. Now things are going to be even more worse as iQOO Total Gaming, they are themselves heading towards this very compound in order to get all those elimination points. But look at the way Blackbirds, they're just going in ham and getting those points, snatching it away from K9. Couple of knocks, but still there's a really good room for them to go ahead and call in the revival. And Blackbirds, what a lovely way to go ahead and call this compound their home.
Exactly. They kick K9 out, evict the occupying tenants, and take this piece of real estate for themselves, which is very important because Blackbirds will have to move in compound by compound if they want to get inside the circle, which is under complete control of DW Live right now. But if DW Live do not manage to hold on to that compound, they will die very easily. Meanwhile, on the northern end of the circle, there's another battle of titans which is beginning. It's God's Reign versus Total Gaming happening right now when Copsy is already down. Struggle has the sneakier angle. He's trying to get the shot onto Delete, but Delete and Shanky won't reveal themselves at all. In fact, Anubhav and Cropsy now find themselves getting assaulted by Shanky, but somehow they manage to deal with the waves. It's just Aztec left, and he has nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. A 1v3 required off of him, and Aztec strikes the first player down, but he will go down to the zone himself, and Manu finally puts that nail in the coffin. God's Reign though, despite their best efforts, despite almost eliminating Total Gaming, go down themselves. And Mafia, as the lone survivor, now has to be a snake in the grass and hope that nobody looks at him.
Oh no, the jump peaks, why would he do that? Giving away the information that he literally had it right with him. Now Blackbirds alongside DW, both of them the healthy contenders of going ahead and taking this fight. 14 medkits is what Mafia has, so he can enter towards the circle, but he needs to do it in a much more springy manner. Those bunny hops did not help a lot, and now it's a full-fledged battle. Blackbirds against DW, both of them, one outside the compound and one right inside, calling it as safe as things can get.
Bully gets up on top. They've even called down a monster truck for extra cover so that Blaze can get another angle to lob those freeze bombs. That's going to force Blackbirds out of that corner behind the fence. They're looking for one knock. That's all it takes.
Oh boy.
One knock to kickstart the full send.
Nade.
Oh, wait a second. They don't want to wait for the knock. They're going to go in. DW Live taking matters into their own hands and pushing right inside. They've got Predator down. They get the confirmation on that one. Even Somi bites the dust. Radhe Thakur. Can the captain survive this one? No, he can't. Mokria trying to get outside that cocoon will be intercepted by Claws. And it's DW Live that take the booyah.
DW Live. That one nade, right? The cluster of it just spread right across. Radhe Thakur down on his knees, calling in for support. I do understand that the Tiva was implemented instantly and the revival was given, but it was not enough. That's why DW Live knew once the entire team is focused towards healing, you gotta strike now. And what a way they've struck down Blackbirds.
Absolutely insane performance by DW Live. They got that one compound to themselves which was in the circle, and that was their only win condition. And boy, they milked that win condition as much as they could have. God's Reign once again shooting themselves in the foot by forcing a fight against Total Gaming, which was basically mutually assured destruction. It ruined the game both for them and Total Gaming, but then that just seems to be God's Reign Pro's bad habit right now, and they've been repeating that bad habit 3 games in a row. And because of that, DW Live managed to get the last player of Total Gaming out. They get like 1 free point to themselves. Or was it Somi? I don't remember who took down the last player of Total Gaming. But regardless of that, it basically allowed these teams to go for a full-blown 4v4 rather than be in the fear of a potential third party looming on the horizon.
Well, I do feel bad as iQOO Total Gaming, they have overshadowed the entire performance of DW Live, all thanks to the eliminations that they have gained. 15 total eliminations, 8 placement points. That sums it up to 23 total points that they have received. DW Live good amount of initiatives, but again, they could not cover up the patch by getting those eliminations. If those eliminations were in double digits, higher double digits, they for sure would have received some really good points. Blackbirds, 19 points on their name. They're making it their chore. They're just making it their task to reach towards the top 4 somehow. But this time, they've reached, the second position with flying colors.
Yeah. And the only reason why the team that wins the Booyah isn't on top is because Total Gaming went berserk in the early game. They destroyed so many teams like GW MANISH. They even third-partied in that fight where Blackbirds were involved. So Total Gaming get a bunch of points to themselves very early on before the final fight even begins. But the MVP of this game has to be Bully. When the day began, I told you that he's one of those underdogs that you need to keep your eye on because he's been very impressive throughout. And he's using the good old typical old reliable sniper setup of Nero, Moko and Maro. Suzy extra just to sprinkle in some gold coins over there. And with 1400 damage, he is a solid contender for the MVP, even though his team did not get as many eliminations as someone like Total Gaming.
God 98 came. I mean, that's the choice of the winners, man. I just love this sniper rifle. It's old, it's reliable, and it has a very nice feel to use it as well. Those shots, once they connect, it just hits you like a bullet train. This is the entire team, the way they have performed, the way they have chimed in as well. Every single one of the targets, which is getting a support character, which is getting a grenadier alongside a rusher and a sniper. This is an entire package. I've seen like a couple of rushers or like a mix of one missing in all of this. But here, they have every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, a very well-rounded team indeed. You've got Jerry with hardcore aggression being the tip of the spear with the Oscar and Nikita. They've even got Dimitri. I mean, that's like one of the least used active skills in the entire tournament. And that tells you what their supportive backline looks like.
Crazy the way the players are going ahead and trying their own metas out. Prior to this, we have seen the kind of performances that usually these players can go ahead and showcase with all of the metas that they have. But now they're just taking it up a notch and they just want to go ahead and make it better for them. But in all of this, I can see the max amount of damage being dealt by Bully itself. So Bully, he has for sure been the bully of this entire team, and he has taken down most of the players. And talking about the way the entire circle has formed, taken shape, and the players have head all the way towards various circles. Let's take a look towards the circle analysis in Alpine, and I've seen it all. The way the chaos was brewed in the beginning itself, all thanks to iQOO Total Gaming. Many of them started running away for their dear life, and that was a mistake that they made, seldom made in those corners. But at the very end, there's one team that stuck by it with their guns. That is going to be God's Reign Pros.
Yeah, man, God's Reign Pros always forcing the penultimate fight of the lobby. In all 3 maps, they've done that consistently. This time, while they initiate that fight, they almost take down the entirety of Total Gaming. But because Mafia isn't anywhere close to that battle, because Mafia is slightly far away, he outlives God's Reign Pros and gets his team the 2nd spot. But because Total Gaming have been, farming eliminations all day, they end up getting way more points than the team that even wins the Booyah. And DW Live, well, this time they were blessed with the zone. And because they were blessed with the zone, they were able to win that Booyah. But obviously, I'm not calling them lucky. Holding on to that zone advantage is also a skill that requires quite a lot of talent. And I'm just happy that DW Live did not squander this opportunity.
And the best part, Crips? We are seeing a lot of versatile plays coming in from all of these teams. First game, it was pretty hostile. The entirety of the area was pretty hostile. Players, teams could not last long. Right after 2nd circle, they were like right outside and they were waiting for their turn for the next following one. In the second one, most of the teams survived till the very end, till the 5th circle. That showcases a lot of pattern. That showcases a lot of grit in the team that they would love to go ahead and showcase how well they can survive the circles and the teams as well. In the third one, it was pretty quick. Not many teams headed all the way towards the final circle, and that's like a pattern that I would go ahead and highlight, that teams are going ahead and finding some kind of a comfort. They know that if it's an OG map, they're going to play till the very end. If they know it's going to be something else, then they're going to just let it be. They know that it's not their map and squeeze out the maximum amount of eliminations that they can. But in all of this, there's one team that hasn't been able to perform that well. SATUL Elite. I mean, I do understand there are so many odds, there's so many teams just trying to go ahead and call in the third party, but they need to somehow find that perfect spot where they can go ahead and get those eliminations alongside the placement as well.
Yeah. And luckily, SATUL Elite are somewhere in the middle order. They're not in danger just yet. But for all the other teams who are in the bottom half of the scoreboard, it's time to step it up, boys. Chop, chop. Time to start farming the points, because half the day is done. 3 games in, and so far, a lot of teams are in danger. With the remaining half of the day to go, you need to pull your socks up and get your stuff in order. Because if you don't, that's the end of the journey for you, ladies and gentlemen. 3 games in, we're going to take a short break. The remaining 3 games will be on your screen in a short time. Do not go anywhere.
I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Told them get out of the kitchen, I'm chefing it now. They try to start with me, dog, well I'm ending it now. They used to laugh at me, dog, who is laughing right now? I got M's in the bank, I got M's in these streams, so they text on my phone and they begging me now. Damn, I don't got time for it now. Feeling like step when I ball. They try to get to me now. I cannot let them at all. I ain't wearing nothing on the wrist. That's just how I started, I can switch. I just told myself that's how it is. I just pull the clutch and I can miss. Trying to tell me everything I know. If they get a shot, they bout to choke. I was looking at them from the back. Now I'm looking back and they ain't close. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, But the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bang like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle that can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to
With that week 1 being so excruciating, I was expecting week 2 to be a little bit better. But Lucifer, it seems like the shocker still awaits us. Can you believe a team topping the top of the table on week 1 is now having just 6 points in 3 maps to be played? I am still trying to digest whatever is happening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. With me on the desk is going to be Lucifer and I'm going to be Arka. Straight up, Lucifer, the question for you. Did you expect such a downfall from a team like SATUL Elite?
I've enjoyed week 1 games, okay? I've enjoyed every team playing. Week 2, now that it's started, I'm scared to cast these games. And how has this week 2 day 1 started? SATUL Elite, they're still at single digits, sitting at the bottom of the chart at only 6. I don't know, Arka. I don't know how to even have this thought process going through to see which team is going to justify the performance. But at least the second half of this Free Fire Max India Cup that we have, I see Solara, I see Kalahari, I see Nextera. So there is still hope.
I mean, hope is the only thing all these players as well as the teams can want for themselves. But yes, we'll be looking at the drop spots of the upcoming map. That's going to be Solara. For now, it seems like those teams who are in a bit of a trouble are all grouping together towards the hub region and also towards the TV tower. Yes, we have got God's Reign, we have got TSG and Total Gaming. Now, these are the 3 teams who have done a decent job so far. And it seems like they'll have to work a little more harder to just make sure that they seal their ticket into the next round.
Let's hope they do, because a lot of points after what we saw coming in from Purgatory on iQOO OgxTSG, that was a game they had to do justification for, and they did. They got their booyah. Even DW Live in their previous game, and so far all the teams who have gotten a booyah, Arka, have never gotten a booyah in week 1. This tells us that week 2, all these teams have come in a lot more prepared, and especially the teams who could not maybe top the charts, they're like, hey, this is our time to take the tabletop and make sure we are the first in the top 3, because in this lobby and in this 12 teams of Group A, we have 4 invited teams, and in a total 7 big name teams who are looking forward to making a qualification. But 7 are not going to make it through. It's top 6, Arka.
I'm starting to feel like this is a small grand finals before the actual grand finals, to be frank, because everything is happening out here. You can see that even teams are kind of fumbling to make sure, they hit that proper mark. The fan favorite teams are unable to handle the pressure. Speaking about these T1 teams, do you feel that SATUL can make a comeback? It seems like you do, and that's what I'm looking at. But Blackbirds, super impressed. What we saw Pahadi do with the team SATUL in the first week, finally Radhe Thakur is able to replicate that properly. As being the senior player of the team, he's able to carry them forward, lead by example and not by force, and this man has done it all.
Yeah, as you said, right? Lead by example, keeping them in the top 4, it's helped them, and you've gone for Blackbirds. But on the other end, looking at GYAN Gaming's performance, they've always managed to top the charts, irrespective whether they've gotten a booyah or not. Still, I still keep them in play. GodLike, because this is a very familiar map, and you and me have resonated with it along with SATUL. So a lot more, I think we are in connection of what's going to happen now. I think SATUL Elite, this is their time to start picking up pace, going towards Kalahari. That's where they had their turnaround, and also now that it's Solara, it's an opportunity to kind of brush off all the problems they had, minor defects, glitches that they had going through. But when they go into the next games, right, it's high scoring games as well. Solara might be a smaller map, and so far I was also discussing with my talents, the Hindi talents, right, they were telling in terms of the teams that they are playing, they're a lot more sophisticated, a lot more controlled, especially these top teams. They're kind of not initiating an aggressive battle, which seems to be an opportunity for me, especially for teams who have not gotten their booyah in week 1, and that's working out. They are taking the advantage, this space that they've gotten here in week 2.
I mean, with all of this thing said and done, now a big question arises. Is SATUL kind of dependent too much on Vota and his gunpowder? Because we're still unable to see them perform that well. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe the action is going to answer each of our questions, because we'll be heading into the next map eventually. It's going to be the map of Solara, a do-or-die map if you ask me, for the teams in the bottom. Because if they don't wake up now, there's no way they can bounce into the top 6.
Let's start with DW Live itself, the team who got the booyah in the previous game of Alpine. The flight path cutting half in way for this game itself and giving an opportunity for everybody. And we can see iQOO OgxTSG, They do get to the TV tower is the question that we have as of now. Yes, finally we end up seeing them taking a dive, but they're going a little further away towards Windmill, where we already see Legend making a dive. Just below it at Funfair we see Redwind, but do we see a clash? It seems like DW Live could be Casa Vista with GW Manish as well as God's Rain Pros.
Now look at this, the splash of colors, right? For the first time I see that no team is interested to go in for a conflict. At least we had a 1v3 split until now between all these teams, but now it seems like, they're like, you know what, first let's loot, first let's have a bit of a hold. But Nancy from GodLike, he had other thoughts, but it's Radhe Thakur whom is facing off, and the experience pays off for this lad. He's got that initial elimination, and with this I believe that BB, they're going to have their confidence soaring high again.
Necessarily so that they keep themselves in the top 6. It is going to be a tough battle. And when we were talking about the teams, as you also mentioned, right, the finals before the finals itself, Blackbirds should have been there, but they're yet to get their mark because, again, new set of players for Radhe Thakur. But when we take a look at our overall standings, on the right-hand side of the screen, we can see SATUL Elite at only 6 points, and we spoke about Blackbirds. They're sitting at a total of 40, but they're at the 7th spot. This is why I said they need to keep this going. This is how they managed to qualify at the 9th spot. But can they make it once more go ahead? But as of now, Redwind, they also want to make a jump. There at the 9th spot this time. They need to make it to the top 6. In front of them, it is going to be iQOO OgxTSG.
Oh, iQOO OgxTSG, they were not expecting a player to just randomly step into their territory, but ultimately they fall back. I like this approach coming in from the side of TSG OG because, they have been one of those teams who have been underestimated, who've been pestered every single time with a lot of pressure. But this time, I feel that they're living to their expectations. Ayush trying to pick up things, making sure that, he gives some space for his teammates to come in and give that backup. Eventually, it pays off for them. One man down, and now they try to snitch their way to the rest.
And they completely wind up Redwind. They are out. They were at the 9th spot, needed this game. We had finished 3 games for the day. This was the 4th one to start, and we spoke about it. Teams have to start shining up their armor, making sure they do not have mistakes like this, and another mistake happens. Could be another for SATUL Elite. As GYAN Gaming, they are finding them. One player's knocked. Sohan, instant, I would say, aggression, but is it going to be answered? GYAN Gaming still have an opportunity, and in between we end up seeing Olympians, but GYAN Gaming are still standing strong. Insane and Arup putting the players down. Amin is down. It should be a confirmation, but Hitman from afar tried his best to try and maybe put a footfall of a down on the player of Olympian, and it does work out because Ninja was providing cover fire, and GYAN Gaming, they will still survive this battle and also come victorious as a total of 7 eliminations on their scorecard.
Oh, GYAN Gaming, they're looking unstoppable in this lobby. I like every single bit of this team, because they're sticking to those textbook basics. They've got that sniper at a distance, and they try to take fights in his crosshair, in his angle, and due to which, they're able to convert both those fights. But for now, we have another team, the Olympus against the Total Gaming. As Gopu, he's expecting Shanky to come in closer. There's going to be a bit of a same kind of a mindset coming in from both the sides, but eventually a 1v2 is a little bit hard to pull off against a team like Total Gaming. They put on a player, get that confirmation immediately.
Good decision by Olympians to cut this fight off. Gopu was all alone, made sure that if they again have a situation where they fight with another team, and they could have had a situation that the whole team could have been eliminated. But quickly activating a hit list here, iQOO Total Gaming, especially that's on GYAN Gaming. That's going to be interesting if they're going to be able to find that. But finding in terms of eliminations is now K9. They also need a lot of it. They're not looking great on the scorecard as we were talking about, and they're fighting with God's Rain Pros. Anubhav caught out in the open. His teammate's not far behind, but he's isolated. So that's going to be a free frag that they pick up, but struggle. He's still holding, and instantly their eyes turn to another direction. They spot the glue wall, put that player also down, and struggle is also out. That's going to be a total of 5 in the name of K9.
K9 finally composing themselves, finally making sure that they compensate for whatever has been lost so far. Early 5 eliminations, but that doesn't mean, the deed is done, right? They've just got 21 points in total. The 9th position, another team I'm shocked to see in the bottom. Again, another question arises in my head. Are they too dependent on the Feek's frontline assaulting? Because I somewhere feel that the strongest link breaks and the team kind of crumbles.
Now, Dafiq, yes, this was an opportunity last year as well in 2025. Out of this stage is what he wanted his team into the knockout. He tried his best, but it did not work out. They got eliminated in their group stage itself. Can something change here? We have to wait and watch. But changing in terms of elimination number count should be on SATL Elite's Solara game. As of now, it has not happened. And also, they have a hit list activated on them. They're fighting against the team who got the booyah in the previous game, Alpine. DW Live, Sohan is a lot more closer with his Winchester. Could have an opportunity. But can they convert this? But they have to do it quicker. If they don't, we end up seeing either GodLike or iQOO OgxTSG coming closer for this fight.
Knowledge is power, and that's what SAT will have to, rely on. They need to work on what information they've got so far. Look at that, Vota. He's got a team in front of him. He tries to take those shots. Will be connecting a lot of it, but can he get a knock? Can the pressure be mounting on the opponents? It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Previously as well, when you saw Ronit, even though he was holding those hard compounds, he understood that there's a vehicle which is shifting away. Immediate information was relied, and Vota could change positions. So I strongly feel that yes, SATUL for now, relying on their controlled aggression approach is a much better approach than what they've done in the first 3 games.
And that control is removed them from the fight against DW Live, and DW Live are gone towards GodLike and iQOO OgxTSG, along with GYAN Gaming also joining Delta Isle. On the feed, we were seeing GW MANISH. Now they've met K9 and they're trying to go away. They went towards Eco Drain, but K9 are chasing them. They send at least a week away in case the players maybe falter. He's there at the vending machine. Get them all up, but another set of hit list gets activated by God's Rain Pros. This is an interesting position. The circle has moved completely east, favoring Delta Isle, where we already see 5 teams now ready for a fight.
I like this circle, Lucifer. I love this circle because now teams will have to come into the Delta Isle region from different angles. And all those angles do not have so much of hard covers, right? Yep. Either you quickly make that move or else make sure that you fight and, get yourself a spot inside. Yes, there are chances of you using launchers to make yourself into a certain place. But since this vicinity is so small, teams heading there first will have that gatekeeping scenario in their favor. And GodLike is going to be one of those teams who have got a beautiful bird's eye view in this lobby.
This is something that in terms of vision and also, as you said, right, compound control, that the Hindi desk was letting me know that iQOO OgxTSG in the game that they even played on Purgatory, they waited. They did very fewer and minimal rotations, and that is the reason of their success. And this game as well seems to be similar on Solara. Let's see if they'll be able to convert. But as you said, the birds, godlike, they should be the ones taking them down. But taking players down is SATUL Elite on the chase and hunt for K9. Aim is down at Dafiq. He's making a run. It might be a little relatable. This was the game that Dafiq was trying to help his teammates on. But GYAN from behind puts a player down along with even Olympians right now causing trouble. Vota still making the chase. He's saying that every elimination counts, and Vota's the only one so far who's opened up in terms of getting eliminations, has 2 in his name. Sohan's been lost, Pahadi and Ronit, the survivors, but they're nowhere close to Vota.
Now, Vota needs to be careful. He needs to survive, and that is why he tries to stay away from this team. But the rest of the others will have to make sure they stay in a unison, and they do it to perfection as they eliminate K9 from this lobby, mounting more pressure over their shoulder in the final 2 games. K9 will have to come up with something even more interesting. But for now, we'll head back to the center of the circle, where we've got 3 different teams who have done exceptionally well in the previous maps. GodLike, Orangutan, TSG, as well as that of DW. Now, DW as well are one of those teams who is slowly adapting to playing it a little bit centric rather than taking those corners fights. And that has been helping out a lot for them.
Let's see if it helps in this game. But this game so far, Arka, has kind of, as you said, teams getting control of compound. They're not even thinking about a fight, and this is something that I kept seeing from game number 1. Every team is trying to take control, be a lot more confident in their play, and then want to execute further. And that's what players and teams are doing right as now. But all of them accumulating towards Delta Isle and a cluster forming. We already spoke about 5 teams. Blackbirds, they should be coming in anytime soon. God's Rain Pros, they should be entering. And right behind them, still outside in the zone, is going to be SATUL Elite. As I take their name, Olympians using the tracks are slowly entering the southwest corner of the circle.
Yeah, the only other place which was empty inside the circle is now being taken away. So I believe from here on, GW Manish, Total Gaming, as well as BBs, the Blackbirds, all three teams will have to be very careful. Their approach has to be very, very sly. They'll have to come in as a slithering snake because they make a bit of a sound, then the story can be a little different. GDR on the other side, they see that SATUL as well are kind of tanking the damage from the zone and they're taking advantage of it. Ronit, very low on HP and shots are connecting perfectly against him.
SATUL Elite, their games have not gone in their direction. Pahadi's confirmation. And the other players, they split in two different directions, but Ronit doesn't go far. He gets put down, that bird gets knocked by a stone, and that's going to be a confirmation for God's Reign Pros. God's Reign Pros, they're already sitting at the top of the charts at 57. Adding this makes it 58. And God's Reign Pros, they are not the ones in trouble to enter the circle. It is SATUL Elite, but something has changed on the side of SATUL Elite. We were talking about the high-scoring players in their game. In terms of highest, in terms of elimination, they had 3 players in the top 5 that we saw today. And if this is not a replication of what we saw during the start of the day, then what is? Where is the SATUL Elite that everybody was looking forward to? This is the reason Arka said, I am right now scared. I don't know what's going on because how teams are playing, they've completely changed the phase from week 1 to week 2.
Look at how sly Total Gaming has been so far. Slowly and steadily, they've come in closer to the very compound where it's kind of, right now grouped, filled with splash of colors. And what they're doing, they're hiding behind that ridge. They're like, we're not going to engage in any of these fights. Let's wait it out. We know how to strike and we'll only strike when the iron is hot. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be Blackbirds and Olympians very close to one another. But SATUL Elite, are you serious right now? Vota, the last man standing, gets eliminated outside of the zone. And this is the result which nobody was expecting. But I mean, he gets a bit of an idea that GDR are not far away, but needs to be careful. The Groza, can it start off bombarding the opponents?
Out of the teams right now still dwindling in terms of points, Olympians, they find God's Reign Pros, a knock, and instantly look at the charge incoming in. Amin with the launcher, a center nade. If it does the damage, there should be an opening. Gopu is leading the charge as the rusher gets closer, throwing a couple of flash freezes on his end as well. With the AC-8, he wanted to spot somebody, but even the melters from across from God's Reign Pros, but they do not have zone. They have crunched right now, Arka, and what a position for Gopu to find, but he's also playing outside the zone. FGL's being used from God's Reign Pros to try and buy some time, but finally Manish intervenes. He steps up, trying to find an opening, but it's going to be a Crops he holds out, but instantly traded as Hitman finds him out. But is this going to be enough? Gopo also being knocked, and God's Reign Pros still survive, and it is going to be Olympians who end up losing 2 of their players.
The quick revival. I don't know it's going to be enough for them or not because slowly and steadily, the zone is tanking too much of a damage. And look at what Amin is doing. He's just waiting in that corner. He knows eventually they're going to walk into his crosshairs. But GDR, clever ones, come in from another angle altogether, make themselves own a bit of a high ground. Look at the other 2 players in the minimap. I don't know whether they have enough HP to make it inside. Struggle, gets finished off, and it's left out with just 2 players. And amongst it all, there comes the thunder from the sky, and I hope they're prepared for it.
iQOO Total Gaming, they spot the rooftop players, the snipers. That's going to be godlike. One of their players gets put down, but the bolt makers, as you can see, Zeus himself right now thundering upon Delta Isle. Godlike, they need to start taking players off because the zone is closing at their end. iQOO, OgxTSG, in the meantime, they've not given away their position, but God's Reign Pros, they strike and they jump into the Delta Isle water body, and iQOO, OgxTSG instantly start picking up the players. They get the advantage, they get the chance because God's Reign Pros never had any idea of anybody being there. They've already picked off, I think, at least 1 or 2 players. They have all their 4 players standing, but on the other end, GYAN Gaming, they're ready to hit things off, but Olympians are causing them trouble.
But I like this approach from Total Gaming. Look at them, not at all involved in any kind of fights, but rather they'll try to remove all those glue walls to make it so much more interesting. Godlike versus DW, that's becoming very intense with TSG at a distance, trying to, add up to the sorrows of Godlike. Nancy and iQOO are the 2 men standing, but they get eliminated. Godlike walks out from this lobby, and DW, they survive, tanking the damage from outside of the zone. But now they'll have to make it inside. Jerry goes in for a revival. In the center, goes down another team altogether because now GYAN Gaming is left out with 1 last man standing, and that's got to be Ninja with DW getting eliminated. It's got to be Total Gaming having the bird's eye view to the center of the circle.
We still have 7 teams fighting it off, and Blackbirds on the other end, they were causing troubles for Olympians as well as GYAN Gaming, but now they have to meet a fight that is going to be GW MANISH. Radhe Thakur, can you convert this? They're trying to fend off, maybe enter into this house itself. If they're able to, they're going to convert it. But while we see them still finding an approach of an entry, GodLike Pros, they've been eliminated, and finally there is an opening. GW MANISH, one of their players gets knocked down, and Blackbirds slowly are creeping closer, but there is another team they have to be worried about. That's going to be Olympians.
I don't think so. They're going to have any kind of issue. Look at how they have their backs against each other. They have the best defense so far. The treatment guns being used to its fullest potential, making sure they step away from a fight, get themselves a hard cover first, and then play against information, as Olympians will now have to come from a different angle altogether. Shanky is busy picking them off, will be able to land 2 shots to perfection and eliminating Olympians, whereas on the other side it's got to be TSG trying to make sure they find the center of the circle, with Total Gaming thinking the same. But Blackbirds, can they swoop down? Can they pick up a booyah and make sure that they give a shocker to the 2 best teams in the country?
They will try, but the rotation, the movement of iQOO Total Gaming is just wonderful. They've been picking players, the circle is working in their favor, and they know where the next set of teams are going to try and push from. You have to commend Blackbirds as well. They did not involve in the GW MANISH as well as Olympians fight. They decided to turn around, move in the other direction, and Total Gaming, this gives them the opportunity to pick all those eliminations, and now their eyes are set on TSG. A lot of noise being made, but Blackbirds, they're right behind enemy lines, but I'm pretty sure iQOO OgxTSG have the idea, and that is the reason they retreat from the fight against Total Gaming and want to activate against Blackbirds.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them, but Blackbirds, they're trying to still hold on to their horses. They come in forward. It's going to be Radhe Thakur trying to lead the fight. Will be trying to connect some shots, but no, it's going to be a return favor coming in from the side of OGs. And with the blink of an eye, they eliminate Blackbirds. They cut their wings and make sure that they have an advantage out here. But Total Gaming, they come out of nowhere and they're like, you know what? We are the champions and we are here to dominate. With the last man standing, they're just going to bounce upon him, get that booyah into their hands and make sure that they walk away with a hefty one. What an approach to this game. Total Gaming doing everything right. Patience was their primary agenda, and they get through in flying colors.
We were talking about the Delta Isle circle completely being populated, but iQOO Total Gaming, they pick a point when we even said that most of the positions have already been occupied. But while the zone was closing, they came towards almost the northeast entrance at Delta Isle, and from there just held. They did not want to make a push, they did not want to fight. They did start pushing the players of GodLike to pick a fight, and that is where everything started in favor of iQOO Total Gaming. And the circle, the zone itself closing against the opponents worked in favor for Total Gaming, and they literally put up a fortress arca. They literally made a barricade that no teams could get close, and instantly when OgxTSG were fighting with Blackbirds, a push comes in, Mafia opens things up, and with Mafia opening it, Shanky gets the distance closed up, finds his knocks and gets the final few eliminations, as you see Delete also jumping in, and Mafia again to find the last blow. With a total of 25 points, 13 eliminations is what iQOO Total Gaming stand tall on.
Look at the bottom of the table. You'll be shocked to see that GodLike are just having 4 points, even though, you know, they were one of those teams in the final circle, the final few circles. SA2L Elite as well. One wrong move of trying to play, you know, with a bit of a split has backfired so much against them. K9 as well. Good aggression, but couldn't capitalize on it. But Blackbirds, even they were one of those teams who were in the top 3, and that eliminations, just 3, makes it so tough for them to place themselves in the top 6. Just 11 points in total.
I mean, so far we've been kind of complimenting Blackbirds and Radhe Thakur, but now it's time for him to start picking up eliminations. He's been making it to the top 4, top 3, top 2 certain times. But if he just does this, the placements are not going to get him an entry to the top 6. Radhe Thakur needs to now change in terms of elimination. Either very early fights coming through in their favor, then maybe towards the top 6, but at least direction is in the way to head towards the top 6. But K9, SA2L Elite, I'm worried for them if they don't make a move, because we have today's standings and you can see K9 at the 10th spot, 12th spot at SA2L Elite, and the total for SA2L Elite is a shocker to see this team having the highest in terms of total in their group when we saw in week 1 to just having 10 points after 4 games. is a literal surprise and a blow to everybody's faces as of now. Everybody's wondering what's going wrong with also Olympians sitting at the 8th spot, Arka.
2 maps, Kalahari and Nextera. Is it enough for SA2L to bounce back? Let's do the math here, right? 6th spot, we have Blackbirds with 50 points. So if SA2L will have to make sure that, they make it into the top 6, the next map has to be a very big one. They need at least 40 to 45 points. And then the final map, they can, kind of play for that booyah and make sure they land into the top 6. DW Live, Olympians, GW MANISH, each of these teams will have to do some really good games, especially GW MANISH as well. They'll need a booyah plus an additional 10 to 15 points in elimination. Then and only then will they survive in this race.
Now, as this race gets tougher and tougher, the team that makes it even worse for some teams at the bottom, and one of their players who's the MVP is going to be from Total Gaming, and that's Mafia. He's the one from a distance, and he has a VSK that he was playing with. He was the reason that even the fight where GodLike had to push ahead, then eventually crumbled towards iQOO OgxTSG, even with the DW Live messing things up for them. All of that happening was because of iQOO Total Gaming and Mafia starting things off. Even in the final fight, where iQOO OgxTSG completed the fight with Blackbirds, instantly Mafia is the one. He has an eagle's eye. His scope is so precise that as soon as there is a knock, you see the entire fathomable force of Total Gaming rushing in.
I mean, I like this approach from Total Gaming as well. They're not involving in many fights, but they are the catalyst in that equation. They're making sure that they burden both the teams who are fighting it out, from a distance using utils, making sure there are no glue walls, and all these teams will have to fight in a 4v4 battle. And once they see them wounded, that is when they jump in, to pick up frags. But yes, for now, we'll be looking at the team stats to understand the combinations they've been coming up with. Oscar, Chrono, A124 from Hashtag. Now, this is a very, very interesting, approach. And I believe it's paid off very well for them, especially in the final fight.
Yeah, when you get closer and you activate the thrill of battle, the thrill is for the team who activates it. Everybody else, they have been nullified of their skills that they could use. They cannot even activate it even if the cooldown's done for. So this is how they make a circle of a work for themselves. Shanky as well, moving in closer. We know him to be that rusher, to find an opening, to make sure opponents are completely bamboozled. And with an Oscar dash, you completely destroy the glue walls in front of you. And in case something goes wrong and Delete wants to isolate a battle, he has a Chrono for himself. So all these things work in an whole picture for Total Gaming, and along with that we can see a damage. We already spoke about Mafia, who's sitting at 4,000, and that is the reason he was an MVP. This is the reason I meant, and also you said he's the catalyst. This whole team is the catalyst who starts up a lot of troubles, and along with that an average of around 1,500 damage coming in from everybody. Shanky is sitting at 2,000, Delete at 1,039, and Aztec at 1,776 because he's become the Grenadier.
I believe Mafia is the only sniper in this lobby who's actually having fun. Look at that, 4,307 damage with 4 eliminations and 6 knockouts. That shows that, he's one of those players you need to watch out for. I think like how Vota is for SA2L, Mafia is being that eyes for the team. He needs to be careful. His position has always been hidden, and that is why he's able to play well. Looking at the circle analysis, we'll be able to see how teams have played so far. Yes, in the beginning, we had a bit of a kerfuffle. The normal meta pushing teams to have that early fight. By the second circle, we saw a bit of a, fights take place. But by the third circle, it was a bit silent, and due to which we were able to see all the teams clash it out in the later stages.
And you can see iQOO Total Gaming throughout this entire journey were towards the north end of the circle itself. They're moving from the edges of it. Once the zone started closing, look at their movement, Arka. It seemed like they were synchronized with the circle itself. And that is the reason, as they moved, the circle started moving. And it just worked out in perfection for iQOO Total Gaming, and they bagged their booyah. This is till now, so far when we were seeing teams who have not gotten their booyah in week 1, finally did get it in the first 3 games. But now teams who are a lot more used to these booyahs are going to be to pick their booyahs, and if they start picking it, the points go away, meaning now it's time to worry about the cutoff, Arka. We were already talking about the top 6. We spoke about the today's standing right as now for Group A, and this is the only 2 games they have left. As we are done with Solara, it's only Kalahari and Nextera. If you want to tread back to week 1, these 2 games were the highest in terms of scoring, Arka. However, you look at the last day of week 1, Kalahari and Nextera did not actually end up being the highest scoring games. So anything could happen now.
Absolutely. Now, it all comes down to how teams are going to approach this game, especially teams like SA2L, let it be, REDWIND as well, K9, let it be GW MANISH. Since they need a lot of points, will they play recklessly? Will they be the bulldozers of the lobby, trying to take down every single team in front of them, being fearless? Because we have seen, right, one of those teams in week 1, they played like they had got nothing to lose and they got that golden ticket into the next round. And that is what should be the mindset of SA2L, K9, REDWIND. And I hope to see some action from their side, because this is going to be one of those maps and the only map for them to pick up more frags.
Right, as now looking at Refinery in terms of picking up points, if every team lands here, it is going to be big trouble. Now, yes, the new patch gives them the advantage of getting their players back instantly under 3 minutes, but that's not how you would want to play at the start of this. We already spoke about it. The cutoff can soar up to somewhere on averaging 70. We've already seen 50 being hit around that top 6. It is exact for Blackbirds at 50 points, and Blackbirds are here at Refinery. So good thing is, if Blackbirds fight off with DW Live and Olympians, win it, get eliminations, Blackbirds could come closer to being safe in the top 6, but there's still a lot to do. GYAN Gaming, they are, yes, a lot more closer to being safe, but their previous game was not completely flawless, I would say, compared to their first 3 games. But it could change. But on the other end, a lot has to change, as you already pointed it out. And now that these 2 teams are at Stone Ridge, REDWIND as well as GW MANISH, today when it started, I felt like GW MANISH were a lot more, I would say, getting used to. They looked a lot more familiar, confident, and they were scoring points, right? When we had the other big name teams who were not bringing points, GW MANISH looked like they were slowly coping up pace. But because now the top teams are already taking away so many points, I'm worried that is not going to be enough.
Now, the caster predictions, right? This is where, I like to bring in 2 points out here. GYAN Gaming, as well as GW MANISH, as well as Olympians. These are the 3 teams I want to go with. From the 4th position, where GYAN Gaming is holding right now, to the 8th position with Olympians are holding, the point difference is less than 10. So that means we can expect maximum action to take place between these set of teams. And that's why I go with these 3 predictions.
And that is one of the reasons, as you can see, we are matching on Olympians. We have that same pick coming through, because the start of the game for Olympians looked good, but slowly I think somewhere they've been picked off, they've been isolated, they've been hit with too many different fights. But I still keep going back to SA2L Elite. One of the reasons is we are now going towards Kalahari. If there could be anything working in their favor, as we said, treading back to week 1, look like the highest in terms of eliminations that you could grab. SA2L Elite are known to make that, but I feel like the main reason they're going wrong, but I think they could get it right along with God's Reign Pros, is it's a little more familiar. The only thing that they're unable to maybe make it familiar is Arka, they're not the ones initiating the battle. Every time that we end up seeing SA2L Elite, it's them who are being pushed to the battle. Even I would say Olympians, they try to start some battles, but without information. If they start getting information, they'll be ready to convert a fight, because they did start with God's Reign, but somebody, in terms of how they would decide, right? They're starting to pull back. And once they pull back, the whole team decides to pull back. And once you pull back, Olympians now are wondering what next.
One of the other teams which I'm kind of disappointed with, even though they have some decent position in the overall standing, is GodLike. Because especially in the previous map, they had such a good spot. They could have restricted GodLike from getting into that island, Delta Isle. And they could have made sure that they hold that position, which Total Gaming was holding. And from there on, the story could have been so much different in the overall standing. Correct. Nonetheless, yes, for now, they've got around 52 points. But any team can replace them. Any team below them can replace them. And as I said, the point difference between themselves, still the team at the 8th or the 7th position, is less than 10 points. So they need to rake up points out here.
That's what makes it interesting, right? Now, when we at least saw in the top 9 in week 1 qualification, we had an idea, right? The teams at the 8th and the 9th spot were resonating with the teams at the 10th and 11th, that max. But now, I think almost 6 positions itself, we can kind of put the top 3 teams, because we see a barrier of 64, which is sitting at God's Reign Pro's name. And from there on, we end up seeing an immediate, I would say, change at 11-point difference for 53 in GYAN Gaming's name. Now, from there all the way till the 10th spot, there could be an opportunity. Even to the 9th spot, there could be an opportunity if REDWIND even pick up something different, because we know a possibility of teams picking up 40 points. We saw that starting the day off. GodLike decided that they're going to break the record of SATL Elite, what they set at 46, which is now sitting at 48. But GodLike, as you said, are still not safe and sound. How is this possible, as we are now going in to a map which sees just eliminations? The sands are not red, but even the eliminations that we find put teams in a red zone. Let's step into Kalahari.
The deserty island of Kalahari, where snipers can actually showcase their true prowess. This is where every single team will now have to prioritize the circle, have to make sure that they've got a high ground, and then and only then can they make it into the next few rounds. But for now, I still miss out the duos in every single teams out there. Let's speak about SATL first. We saw how Vota and Sohan, both of these were in unison with one another. We saw Vota and Ronit as well. When required, even those two were in unison with one another, making sure that they were able to pick up frags in any fight put in front of them. But now, the story is turning out to be so different.
Right, as now difference is what GodLike pros want to make to GW MANISH. They're going to be the elimination leader because they picked up the first elimination of this game of Kalahari. GW MANISH, they're stuck at Shrines. The decision of moving here. We saw all these teams should have almost gone towards Refinery, but did not be the case. It's only GodLike who are there all alone, so they should be comfortable. But GW MANISH, they're not at all going to be comfortable. Anubhav closing the gap with the P90. He's heard the shots with his teammate. He's going to be pushing closer, and they find it. Cropsy helps out, confirms that elimination. And GW MANISH, the last one stranded player, he's out in the open, finds one knock. Flame, can he survive? Can he push through? He is the last one right now. No, wait, he's found an opportunity to revive their teammates, and thankfully, even though Flame goes down, GW MANISH still have a life in this game.
Again, that 1v3 split paying off for this team. But God's Reign, what a start they're getting out here. GodLike as well. We saw them right now somewhere towards the Refinery region, and all of a sudden I see them towards the sub. A good approach. They have understood that it's important for them to take those early fights, and they've done it successfully so far. It's going to be Marco trying to, take this fight. iQOO as well. He's gone very close to that vending machine because they know the importance of reviving their teammates immediately.
Marco spotted the player with his VSS, Ruman Goat, and he changed things because problem is arising for REDWIND. GYAN Gaming, but they were not ready for it. Instantly, Shubh turns things around, makes it work. Even DW Live now, they pick up a player, and that's going to be Marco. That's a big one. GodLike, this is the mistake they did in the previous game as well. They took the control of the top in terms of whether it be a roof right now on top of the sub, and they just stood there. They thought that is going to be enough. But that's where problems arise. And Nancy, he wants to get closer. He is trying to push it with the Nero plushie. Rather than pushing, they push the player off. But Insane, he gets spotted. But Claus on the other end knocks his teammate Nancy of what he wanted to do. Got done on his own team.
GodLike still not player lost. Now they're trying to push towards that solo man. Claus, location has been compromised. Perfect headshot being landed by Nancy will be giving that opening. But Nancy needs to be careful because he's being approached from two different directions and needs to have that knowledge. iQOO on the other side gets taken down, immediately gets confirmed. And that means GodLike will look forward to kind of step away from this fight. We'll have to make sure that what's important for them right now is trying to prioritize the center of the circle.
DW Live with GYAN Gaming. Earlier, GYAN Gaming were already in trouble with REDWIND, and now they still seem to be in trouble somehow. We end up seeing one elimination being grabbed, and that forces the player of DW Live, Jerry, in the other direction. And you can see even GodLike had the same intention. The only team right now holding the sub really well is going to be REDWIND, and they're peppering down GYAN Gaming from getting anywhere closer. Thankfully, one of their player was far away. They could revive their player. They're back to a 4-man standing. They're at a 2-2 split. But Shubh makes a big jump. He's right behind Shubho, and he did not keep his gun ready. And also that curvature of a jump is never useful for your own. And with that deficit, you can see GYAN Gaming, they decide now they want to rush. Shubho, Insane and Arup, they're closing the distance. Ruman Goat and Irfan, they have the Cassie making shot for the healing. Arup instantly spot. Nero plushie also coming through. This could be big trouble. Shubho jumps right in. Irfan somehow fending the shots, but he's losing his health. Shubho goes down. Instant trade coming in from Insane. Ruman Goat is still holding his position. but instant revival, and then with the P90, Insane tries to push up. Roman God's position is known. He's trying to climb down the stairs, go out, but Insane, he falls. A little bit of a misstep. However, his confirmation for an elimination on Irfan still comes through for REDWIND.
Roman, what an escape from that position. He knew this place inside out, and that's how you escape from a fight. And look at that. He's also got a small, nuke from where he can see where the enemy is approaching from. But yes, eventually an enemy comes in closer. He goes in for a fight, jump shots, but doesn't connect much with the information given away. I believe that now GYAN Gaming are going to come with more than one man. The cavalry is going to come in, make sure that they put a player down. But the GOAT, he's going to be making sure he puts a player down and eventually gets in closer to get that confirmation as well. Will be getting that confirmation as well. And now tries to change position. But Shubo, he doesn't let him breathe longer. The plushie as well restricts him at that position. And Shubo is like, this was the elimination that I was wanting.
Finally, that took a lot from GYAN Gaming's and even gave away some eliminations. Like OgxTSG want to grab some of their own. They had two, but they get hit by Olympians Gopu. And instantly, they're closing the distance. Revival coming in for Legend, but is it going to be enough? Krish trying to cover them. And the Feek, in the meantime, is in trouble. Gopu again making sure that the revive doesn't come back. It's going to be a elimination confirmed. Krish, Arjun and Ayush, the last survivors. But one of the players has already disengaged, moved in the other direction. So Krish, he will be wasting time of Olympians. In the meantime, they've actually found Nox. Two of the players from Olympian are down. Make it three. Arjun, what brilliant flags were those? And instantly, it is going to be the Olympians who have to tread lightly, who have to run away. And Hitman is trying as best as possible with his grapple gun, and Arjun is making sure as the sniper he wants to get closer. Once he has vision, he's going to knock them down.
GodLike on the other side wants to put K9 to an end, and that's what they're trying to do. Look at that, Yogi down on his knees. The revival doesn't come through. iQOO and Marco will now have to fall back. They've got a vending machine close by. They can play it a little bit safer, but Marco says, you know what, I see some coins, I'm gonna pick them up. Let the other guy also gets revived, because it was K9's players last man standing, GYAN, who tries to put them down. And then eventually, since his location is kind of compromised, I believe is in big troubles. Amongst all these teams, the biggest upset of this lobby has to be Total Gaming. They get eliminated early, and I believe that's an opening for the rest of the teams in this lobby.
Yeah, the team at the top, if they get eliminated, you have points to grab now. GW Manish, that's what they're trying to do against iQOO OgxTSG, a team who just eliminated Olympians. Arjun, what a trade coming in from his end. GodLike, they're trying to do the same thing. K9 get eliminated. It will be almost close to a confirmation, Arka, that they might be out of the run towards the knockout stage. iQOO OgxTSG on the other end, hunting being right now their problem. An opponent getting so closer this time, and it's an opponent who they are not going to be afraid, but the opponent will be a lot more comfortable because they needed this. That is SATUL Elite. 4 eliminations. Does this start them in the right direction for a lot more?
I mean, SATUL, have they got enough? Again, there's been a change in their position. I don't see Wota coming in for those front lines or those fights. He's trying to play a bit on the back lines. Flame gets taken down by Irfan. This is another fight altogether, ladies and gentlemen, as Shubo is trying to do his best. Yes, Avi gets taken down. Noxious on the other side is trying to replicate what could be done. A plushie trying to take away Shubo's life for now. But RW, Red Wings, they're playing it really nice. So far, so good. And SATUL, they're like, you know what? We come in over here. Sohan and Wota, yet again showing why they are the duos to watch out for. Look at that. Sohan gets confirmed, but Wota on the other side goes in for a healthy trade. Shubo needs to be careful. Ronith is coming in closer. Irfan as well. He doesn't know Wota is right there, but Wota immediately sings his way up at Pahadi. He needs to watch out for his back because Wota gets taken down and Pahadi needs to go in for a revival.
Shubo tries to make a jump, but now Arup, he does. He gets closer to Pahadi. Wota, who's already in trouble, gets put down again. What does Pahadi do? He makes a run in the other direction, but they know where he is. They're going to try and surround. His footsteps are being heard. Ronith, also the gap being closed, and there is the knock. Shubo, he puts him down. Confirmation coming through. SATUL Elite just grabbed 4 points in their name, and if this happens to them, Pahadi somehow is surviving, but his position will be known very soon. Insane, checking every nook and corner. Now going to the vending machine, getting some things for himself, making sure he's ready for the next fight. But Pahadi, does he get a breather to go in for a revival? No, they say, as Pahadi is being scouted, he is going to be eliminated. Thankfully, he had time to bring up at least one of his teammates, and they'll have another second chance.
Hardy, my goodness, the amount of time he bought for his teammate at a distance was phenomenal. If it was anybody else, they would have been scared. They wouldn't know where to hide, but eventually he held on to his nerves. Experience come into play yet again. As GYAN Gaming, they're looking unstoppable. Shubo in the front line, 5 eliminations, a total of 15. And this is what I was expecting from that of K9 or SATUL Elite. These are the teams who need to perform and make sure that they have good, overall points by the end of this game. But yes, Vota for now, he's going to be the last man standing yet again, tanking the zone. He's trying to get towards that council hall region so that he can get that revival through. I hope he gets there because SATUL, in case they get taken down, it's goodbye for them from here on.
Yeah. Look at the total points right now. They're sitting at 17 and the difference for them to get to 6th is going to be around 40-50 points. And that is not going to be the exact points because at the end of Kalahari, that is going to inch up even higher. Same going for K9, sitting at a total of 31 points. They need 30 more points to make sure they get closer, but making sure closing the gap is going to be godlike. Yogi, phenomenal hit. This is the sniper who has been awakened today. He was missed around in week 1, but today in game 1 itself had 4,000 damage and he's trying to continue the same thing. Found an opening. GodLike Pros might be in trouble. Yogi got hit, but on the other end, his teammates are there to help him out. But that's going to be Blackbirds who are going to cause trouble. Vota, in the meantime, brings back the players from SATUL Elite. But godlike, they're not making the problem. They are the cause. They are putting players down from GodLike Pros, making sure godlike get the better positioning and take away GodLike from 4th. Sorry, GodLike from 4th, and they become the 4th or the 3rd place team.
They need to be careful now because there's no Yogi. That means there's no sniper. Nobody from an off angle altogether. Manu on the other side is trying to buy some time. He sees the location of every other player from that of godlike. As iQOO trying to approach, gets to the vending machine. That was their priority from the beginning. Immediately gets Yogi back into this game. And look at this approach. Oh my goodness. As soon as they get that, they're going to fall back from a fight. And they know survival is going to be the primary objective for this team.
They want to have enough time, Arka, for the fight again when they start off. GodLike Pros, they are close by, but godlike have enough distance to make sure that there's not going to be a problem. However, if Blackbirds get closer, they decide to, and they will be forced to because you can already see the zone is closing. But Blackbirds, they have an advantage. They can eliminate the players of GW MANISH who are coming at their right perimeter, and they should be the ones putting them down. But GW MANISH, they decide to take a vehicle, make a run right into the zone, but they have a riverbed right in front, so it's going to be trouble. They have to cross in front of an open distance without any cover at all. On the other end, REDWIND's Shub, I don't know how he's surviving there. I don't know if he has another additional player that could maybe help him out, but for the time being, it could not be a lot of a trouble. For the time being, he's going to just sit in a position, cut his sound, but on the other end, making sound already as Yogi is back, puts down a player from K9.
And immediately godlike, they're up for a hunt. They know it's a 4v2 situation. They're getting closer. Nancy and iQOO, they send iQOO inside to make sure that he does the deed. Manu very low on HP. Corpsey gets taken on. Manu as well. And with that GDR, it looks like they're on the verge of elimination. The last player, I wonder where he's at this situation. Nonetheless, godlike, 9 eliminations, 6 coming in from Marco and 2 from that of Yogi. He's got eyes on every single player out there. And look at that. They see struggle running away and they do not take that, they do not take their opportunity of eliminating him.
As of now, eliminating is GW MANISH, SATUL Elite. They're also in trouble. A push when they did towards Blackbirds. I thought maybe Blackbirds would be in trouble, but GW MANISH, they move in the other direction, cause trouble for another team. Godlike, because that there was sound when there was a fight happening, they know where Blackbirds is, and Yogi, they were the ones who troubled him. They were the ones who eliminated him, and that is the reason Yogi has his eyes set. But on the other end, GYAN Gaming, they finally have the hint and their eyes set up on Shub. REDWIND, the last survivor, now has nowhere to go. His position compromised, and with his elimination coming through, that is going to be REDWIND being eliminated. GYAN Gaming, they better move from this direction. They have the platform for the time being, but right below them is going to be DW Live, and Arup decides he's going to make a jump, start and initiate that battle. And as you can see, trying to push forward, making sure they do not get a chance. Bully gets taken down. Jerry is having an opportunity, but Blaze also gets put down. Jerry also going down. It's all up to Klaus in a 1v3. He puts down Ninja, and Insane is down. It's a 1v1. Klaus has to move out of the zone, but unfortunate. By the time he could make a move, it's it's going to be GYAN Gaming. Players who are up, put him down. DW is out.
21 eliminations so far from GYAN Gaming. Let that sink in, ladies and gentlemen. 21. And they've got a launcher to make it inside the circle, but they choose not to. They're playing on those high grounds. A very, very clever game. SA2L gets eliminated on the 7th spot. That means this could be the beginning of the end for SA2L's run in this game. Not only in this game, but also in this tournament. But for GW MANISH, they are trying to do their best. They've got Blackbird Radhe Thakur, the lone man standing for the side of Blackbirds. And I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to put him down.
They have their chance. Radhe Thakur stuck behind a tree. And for him, there is no distance that he could close to convert this in his favor. Trying to slowly move in the other direction, but this is information for GodLike. But on the other end, GYAN Gaming, they're busy with K9. This gives an opportunity and opening for MANISH's squad right now to eliminate a team. But K9, they're going to be the ones, along with Blackbird's last man surviving, getting up a free elimination between the clash of other teams. And finally, Radhe Thakur will be taken down. We are down to our top 3 teams. GodLike with 3, but GW MANISH with all their 4 players ready for a booyah.
Now, this is how you play the game, right? Under pressure, you make sure that you're composed. You have the composure, you have the man standing. It's just 2 teams in front of them, and everything is going in favor of GW MANISH right now. iQOO will have to make it inside the circle, and I'm 100% sure that GW MANISH will wait it out. Whereas on the other side, we see that GodLike, they're on a hold. And look at that position. iQOO at a distance. Nancy on the other side picking up information. Marco as well. They know that Marco is doing well. He needs to survive for that close range battle. And that is where he gets in closer from the western side. From the eastern side, iQOO. And closely Nancy is going to be putting in throwables. And look at that. iQOO's throwables land perfectly. And Marco, that's the opening he was looking out for. Gets in closer, puts 2 players down, and eventually gets traded off. It comes down to the final 2 players as iQOO, he prioritizes teammates and eventually will have to pay heavily for it. GW MANISH doing everything right as of now, but GodLike, they get in closer. Nancy, can he pull it off? He jumps around into the time turner, but won't be able to do much because GW MANISH, they played it perfectly, and the booyah, they walk away with style. What a beautiful game this has been for them.
GW MANISH, this is where they had an opportunity, and we were just talking about this. A team, when they have their chance, they have to pick up the booyah, and rightfully so. What a game coming in from these lads. All the 4 players standing, recovering themselves when that initial push of Marco doing the damage to them with the throwables coming through. They made sure they had enough time to revive their players, and that double man push that they did with Marco and iQOO did not work in their play, and Nancy was too far away from the fight, and by that time Nancy could get closer. It was Avik as well as Aladdin. They were in a little away from their teammates. Aladdin was playing as a sniper, but Avik got enough time to revive both of his down teammates. Nancy was only able to put 1 player down, but GW MANISH, the way they held the position, cleared every team and won this booyah is commendable. And this is something, when it activates, it goes through for a long distance for you to qualify. Do they have enough points that they've moved in the right direction?
I feel so. But I love Aladdin's position out here. From a distance, he knew that all he has to do is put on 1 player and make this equation even Steven. And this was the point. Avik, at one point of time, I really thought he's going to get taken down. But eventually, the story has been different. And that final position from where iQOO went in for a revival rather than taking that fight, I believe was the game changer for the side of GW MANISH. They saw that. They capitalized on it. They got 23 eliminations in total. 31 points with this, ladies and gentlemen. GYAN Gaming can cement themselves into the next round.
GW MANISH, they got the booyah. But GYAN Gaming, as you said, they're the ones who managed to grab so many eliminations. If and only if they were the ones who were able to convert that final fight that broke through, where GYAN Gaming did jump down, make sure they put down DW live, but they did not have enough time to get back into the zone, which gave an opportunity for the other teams to slowly move up, cope up in distance, and that was one of the reasons as well in terms of GW MANISH's victory here. This booyah, a total of 26 points, and as you said, there could be now an opportunity better for GW MANISH to close the gap in the top 6. K9 as well, it was a 20-pointer game. They survived till the top 4, but is it going to be enough? GodLike pulled off 19. They did hit a couple of shots in terms of looking very crazy, but again, that dwindling play that I end up seeing from GodLike, right? They hold a position for far too long, giving other teams to close that distance and be a lot more confident. SATL Elite, a team that we were looking forward to grabbing a lot of points, they managed to only get 9 in this game. They started off, but they couldn't end it, and ending in the last spot with only 1 point is Olympians. This looks already dicey, but looking good, at least in this game, is going to be for GW Manish and Aladdin, who's the MVP.
Aladdin, the key player for this team, according to me. The tactical market, AWM, all he had to do was just maintain the distance from the rest, give information as to who's getting closer, land a shot or two. I mean, he's landed more than 2 if you ask me. He's got 4,849 damage as a sniper. And it's good for us to say, today has been the sniper's day. Most of the snipers have been the MVP until now. And I believe that if that continues in the final game, we can expect a new team to get a booyah.
Now, as you said, snipers game it is, and snipers are doing justice to why week 2 is very crucial, because it's all about top 6 qualifying, and in such a group that is so heavy. In group A, we have 7 to 8 to 9, I would even count all 12 teams that you cannot never say that this team cannot qualify. Everybody in our chat, you can let us know that this team is something that you thought should have qualified, because now we are getting closer to our last game. But let's jump into the team stats. The team who got the booyah, GW Manish, along with Aladdin, who was the MVP. We have Flame, Noxious, as well as Avik. You have to give credibility. You have to make sure that Avik is the reason that you know in this game that GW Manish now have a chance to qualification. He played that Oscar really well, jumped in, having the team booster, making sure his teammates are quick up and up, making sure the health is better. All this boosted up with the team booster is one of the reasons that last fight worked in the favor of GW Manish, because we remember going back to 25 of what Nancy alone can do. He can pull off 1v3s, 1v4s, but this was just the opportunity and the timing that Nancy was not ready on. And that is GW Manish, along with his teammates as a whole, picking up this booyah. And in terms of eliminations, Noxious having 2, Avik having 4. We already spoke about Aladdin, Flame having 2 for himself, and everybody averaging around 1,000 except for Aladdin.
You know, adding on to the points which you have just told, Noxious has got that A124, and I do believe that final revival which was going through between iQOO and Nancy, if I'm not wrong, in the final circle, I believe that the Thiva did not come into play just because of this A124. I somewhere feel that could be the case, because I've seen revivals come up so quickly between players, but this time it delayed a lot. Yes, on the other side, Flame as well has done a decent job, 1,211 damage in total. But the circle analysis, this is where we'll understand which circle was the most silent and which allowed the players to kind of have a good rotation.
GW Manish, we can see of how around the maze to Mammoth they started moving around. A lot of teams kept, I think, fighting with them even if they didn't want to, but then we end up seeing Aladdin moving towards Oldhampton along with his squad, all in different directions, because there was a lot of teams chasing them. But after they got a little comfortable from their move to Foundation, you could see they were the ones causing trouble to everybody, because in their direction, right in next to them, was only one player from Blackbirds. That was Radhe Thakur. They had his name written in a position. They had, I would say, a sticky note itself that in your left flank there is one player and nobody else, and that gave them the confidence that they only have to look ahead. And in the final circle, they only had to fight with GodLike, who had already their numbers down and their positioning not that great around the arsenal, which gave GW Manish and especially Aladdin, who was holding his position. And imagine, Arka, when we started the day also, we were kind of having that sniper battle and we were thinking about Mafia and Pahadi, because so far in week 1 they have been phenomenal snipers. Their names have always been at the tip of our tongues, but today many other players on that sniper role have bamboozled us.
Now, I know that we have been speaking about Kalahari, the players and everything else, but eventually we're going to come to the final map. And this is where it is the final opportunity for all the teams out there. Let it be SATL, let it be REDWIND, let it be K9, Olympians. All these teams have one last opportunity to make sure they put so many points on board that then make it into the top 6. Yes, as of now, we see that several teams are avoiding those fights, whereas a big chunk of them at the Intellect Center are going in for a drop clash.
again, whenever we've spoken about this in terms of a drop clash and we end up seeing a lot of teams' names clustered in one position, rarely happens. Two teams, because right as now I can see Deca Square completely empty and Rustown, Mortar Ruins as well completely empty, which is not going to be the case. And especially this being the last game in terms of qualification, there's a lot in terms of expectation for teams to perform on. Museum also empty, so I think maybe we end up seeing SATUL Elite at Intellect Center, but the other teams will start splitting in their direction, or maybe K9 or Olympians. But with this said and done, Arka, we now have an idea of what teams might do on the last game, which is Nextera. We are on game 6. It started when we came towards our halfway. We were about to start and kick things off on Solara. I said I was scared, and now it has gotten worse, especially for teams who were there, who had an opportunity. For people who still think there is a chance, yes, best of luck, because I still hope there is one last move that anybody can do, make a jump for it, just like how we are going to do our predictions to see if there is that opportunity for teams to make their justice.
I mean, you and me are thinking similar, my friend. I know REDWIND and SATUL, they've got one last opportunity, so they're going to make the maximum use of it, at least make it into the top 3. But yes, K9, because, you know, they're also one of those wounded lions, right? They've got just one last opportunity. They've not had such a great run throughout the day, even though they're one of the strongest contenders in this group, or considered as one of the strongest contenders in this group. It still feels like they're fumbling. Basic mistakes have been happening from all the teams out there. But you chose GodLike. You still feel that they'll look forward for the top 3?
I mean, after what they did and how they started the day, I feel like they're going to be comfortable. Here as well, when we spoke in the last fight, right? GodLike should have had that opportunity. Even in our week 1, they had so many booyahs, but they did mess up here and there and they did not get their booyah. And that is one of the reasons I've kept them in my top 3. Irrespective they have a booyah or not, they will still be there, and they will be one of the reasons that teams will be annoyed because of the Yogi's form. Yogi is in such a phenomenal form today. I am worried for every other team. Every player has to be worried if they're running out in the open, and the only way to put Yogi down is make sure you're a third-party team who Yogi is not even wondering upon. That's the reason Blackbirds had an opportunity on Yogi, and once Yogi had that intention that I know where they are, he had his eyes set on. However, things turned, but now going to Nextera, a lot more things are going to change. We already spoke about our predictions. We both have REDWIND Esports. It's going to be the last hurrah for them as well as SATUL Elite, because both of them somewhere around the bottom is where we are seeing them, and hopefully this last hurrah works in their favor. This is Group A, and this is why we said this is the finals before the finals itself. Look at the competition. Look at the top teams, invited teams, everybody feeling the fire, Arka.
Absolutely. Now with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the final map of the day. And let me tell you this, if you guys are watching it alone, don't be selfish. Share among your friends, bring them all out here and let us know which among these teams will be making it through, because only 6 after this game will be making it into the next round. The map of Nextera couldn't be more fiery than this.
It starts here with GW MANISH. They were the ones who won it, and they start at Intellect Center all the way towards Mud side. Towards our western side around Turbine, Grav Labs, we see an empty-sided flight because there's a lot of teams who could still go in that direction. But as I said, we're going to see at Intellect Center only one team, and it's going to be iQOO Total Gaming. We don't even see any of the other teams who saw like a cluster that should be fighting there. But we also see a clash that could happen. Blackbirds and REDWIND Esports at Mortar Ruins. That could be one of the earliest clashes that teams to be worried about. And Museum and Farmtopia diagonally very close. Olympians and SATUL Elite both still fighting for qualification.
Oh, GYAN Gaming on the other side, since they have not got any kind of booyah, probably they're looking forward for one of them. Whereas Shubo gets taken down, as well as Arup. It's going to be Ninja and Insane, the two men standing. Can they do enough? And it seems like they have done enough for now. And look at that, one player immediately evades from that fight, gets inside the circle, and then goes in to get a revival as well.
Revival, no chance, say GYAN Gaming as they eliminate GW Live, but their problems are not yet put to rest. A challenge coming in from GodLike's end, but Ninja is quick to act upon it with his Uzi, but it's not going to be enough. There's more players coming in from where GodLike challenged. Instant revival coming in using the vending machine. He wants to go for Insane's revival also, but that'll not be allowed. GodLike pushing them, but pushing another team out of the lobby. Blackbirds are out. What just happened? REDWIND, they were the ones around the mortar ruins that we spoke about, and this is not the right way to start things off on next era. Teams are getting eliminated right, left and center. GYAN Gaming could be one of them as well. They had a challenge from GodLike. Now there is God's Reign Pros and GodLike. They were also around the axis. Cut. If they do not make the mark, they could also be under trouble. But the teams at the bottom, they are also slowly getting pushed out.
I can't believe Blackbirds have been eliminated. Radhe Thakur always prioritizing survival over everything else. I don't know what happened. I would love to see, what happened there. But before that, SATUL as well. They've got another enemy up their doorsteps. Vota will be getting that confirmation and also making sure that he goes in for a revival. And eventually, I've never seen Vota run away from a fight. But for now, he's trying to find a proper position from where he can come back into this fight.
Let's see if there is a chance. Sohan gets taken down. His dual revolvers do not work, but Vota Strogan, it does. It answers, gives him an instant elimination. Can he find more? Yes, he says. He's bringing back his performance that we saw in week 1. A team who had 165 points, now sitting at around 10, 15 and 20 points. And Vota is still the man doing justice for their week 1 performance. Has 3 eliminations, but K9's player is still trying to push him out. But Vota buys his time, plays around really well, and now worried is going to be Dafiq. And Dafiq, again, same thing that happened in 2025. He is in a nightmare. Does manage to challenge with the woodpecker, but Pahadi comes back with his sniper.
A beautiful retaliation coming in from both these sides, right? Vota have got 3. Pahadi gets 1 as well. But SATUL doesn't stop there. Immediately, they go in to point out where the final player of K9 is. But for now, let's look at the instant reply to understand what happened on the other side. It's going to be Blackbirds, Radhe Thakur, the last man, trying to show his back and run away. Oh my goodness, I never expected that.
Unexpected things are happening, Arka, here. Every team that they are fighting for in terms of qualification and the numbers that we have, none of them corresponding to what should have happened here in Group A. iQOO Total Gaming, we did see them grabbing eliminations, and now they're causing trouble for REDWIND. Mafia, already a player who's been knocked. He'll just go ahead, confirm that. But right in front of them was GYAN Gaming as well. They are looking like they want to challenge. iQOO Total Gaming now are actually in this moment. They are the ones who are right now feeling the fire, making sure they make everybody else feel the same thing, but not in an advantage, but a disadvantage.
I hope so, because so far, Total Gaming, they've not been doing that well. GW Manish gets eliminated somewhere far away. Oh my goodness, Blackbird's gone, GW Manish gone. That opens the gate for so many other teams to come up the table now. DW Live, Olympians, these are the teams right below them. Let's not forget K9 as well. I believe now these teams trying to prioritize a booyah might walk away with that golden ticket.
Might walk away, but right as now, the problems in terms of walking away from a fight is happening for SATUL Elite, but Ronit saves the day, puts Ayush down, gets a confirmation, and SATUL Elite are sitting at a total of 6. If there is a possibility, the only way is going to be them a sky-high roaring elimination spree and a big victory here on the last game. But it's a tough gamble to ask for, a tough responsibility to stand on, but that's not the same thing. They are going to be okay with anything for iQOO Total Gaming. They can be answering for every challenges that they want, and they will be winning on top of it. They found one player from K9, Honey also getting taken down, and in between they find another teammate who was opponent who was random, and that's going to be from GYAN Gaming. That is another elimination they grab.
I like this game from Total Gaming. They're playing like they've got nothing to lose. They're like, you know what? I think we're already qualified because we were in the top 2. There's no way anybody can outnumber us. So what we're going to do now, let's experiment. Let's try to be as aggressive as possible, right? And that's what they're trying to do. Pick up as many frags as possible. And look at that. Since they know the location, they're going to be sending Shanky forward. Even though he gets taken down immediately, a time turner to, get that revival through quickly and immediately retaliating to make sure that they get an elimination in the name. Dafiq, even though he walks away from Delete's crosshair, on the other side, Insane comes in. A different team coming in for this, a third-party scenario.
Delete could not instantly put a player down, but However, Insane couldn't land his shots as well, and with the Bison, Delete eventually puts him down, will instantly revive Shanky, and Mafia is also here just in case as a backup, in case somebody else decides to say hello, and maybe a sneak peek of an elimination. But sneak peeking on his own in terms of eliminations with the VSS is going to be Aztec. He spots the other players from GYAN Gaming, wants to put them down, but spotting players is going to be SATL Elite on GodLike. They've grabbed some eliminations as we saw on the feed. Can it help them? Is that going to help them push ahead? Is the worry right now.
SATL Elite had around 20 points before this game. And now they're showcasing that they are fighters in this lobby. But is it too late is the big question. Because after this, even if they have to qualify, they need at least 50 points from this game. At least 50 points. And they've got 11 or 12 eliminations so far. Let's consider a Booyah walking in their favor. They'll need another 25 more just in elimination. So let's see whether SATL will be able to pull that off.
But Nancy, he should be able to pull off this elimination. But what was that aim? That was a nice bait and switch, and Nancy falls down to it. The Feek will be confirming that in his favor. On the other end, SATL Elite, they have a hit list on them, and that's going to be on their sniper, Pahadi. And if this is going to be used and GodLike charge upon it, there could be trouble. K9 on the other end, the trouble that they had is still going to be GodLike. iQOO tried to think he could fight with the Feek, instantly turn around, but the Feek, he might be in a nightmare. He might be reminiscing what happened in 2025, but he is still the same the Feek that we saw then in terms of his gun power. He found one elimination. His teammate aim has given him clue about the others.
The Feek, where was this the Feek all this while? Who's capable of, doing a 360, landing a perfect headshot. Nonetheless, I believe that K9 is also going in for a fight. At a distance, I can still read the elimination going berserk with SATL picking up frags after frags. K9 for now is going to be on the pause with God's Rain trying to come right behind them, trying to hunt them down. But the retaliation comes through as GYAN puts one player down, gets that confirmation. Anubhav will be in a distance trying to evade from this fight for sure.
Look at how teams have started changing in terms of their performance. After having an idea that Blackbirds and GW MANISH are eliminated, K9 know they have an opportunity for qualification. We spoke about SATL Elite as well, and that's the reason they are also, as we just see, Pahadi picking up an elimination. God's Rain Pros, they are similar. They were at the top 3, so they do not have a lot to lose. But K9, they need a lot in terms of gaining eliminations to qualify. They spot them out in the open, but the zone was closing in that direction, and K9 decide to move in the other.
REDWINND survives with 8 eliminations. Total Gaming with 8. GYAN Gaming at the very tippity top has got 9 for themselves. GodLike with 11, but SATL are showing some glimmers of hope. 16 eliminations so far from this team, and they would want another 20 more. A minimum of 20 more with a Booyah. For now, Pahadi, Sohan and Wota all sticking together. Finally, I see a 3v1 play, and now they're trying to challenge GodLike, but I don't think so this fight is going to extend any further.
They are fighting with a team who are inside the circle. SATL Elite need to close that distance, but right in front of them, first challenge is going to be GYAN Gaming. Thankfully, Vota's eye is so quick, he was able to instantly spot GYAN Gaming's players. They're in a 2-2 split. This is one of the best opportunities for SATL Elite. But right now, we have 36 total players, excluding 4 players of SATL. That's going to be 32. All these 32 eliminations, SATL needs to aim to take. Instantly going closer, Vota with his M590. He spots the player, unfortunately was not quick. The glue wall was quicker. And GYAN Gaming, they're still going to be able to survive for the fight.
Wota, the Tiger, is on the hunt, ladies and gentlemen. He's getting in closer as the opponent's trying to run away. He's trying to find angles from every look and corner. Goes in with that dash, won't be landing much, and eventually a trade comes through.
Whoa.
Now the pressure starts to mount on SATL, and this is what we have been speaking about. GYAN Gaming, first they damage the opponent. They make sure they cut off the strongest link, and then they send the whole team packing. The last man standing from SATL, can he go in and revive all of his teammates? Because again, a 1v3 split, is it enough for SATL survival?
GYAN Gaming had a trap set up here. Two players who were holding the building had another set of two who were watching through the window, and as soon as SATL Elite charged, they were being hit from the team who were afar using that window, and Pahadi is the last one surviving. Shubo already made a jump to get closer, but because the zone is closing, it's doing the damage right now. They do not want to get closer, looking forward to that elimination because they know that player will have trouble. Rather, it seemed like there was a hit list activated on them. No, it was on another team. It was God's Rain Pros who get an hit list activated towards GodLike's Yogi. Pahadi, we can see the last survivor making a run towards the last and few final machines that we have for Revival.
Oh,
but
no.
REDWIND behind Pahadi. He is the last one and they drive him over. And Pahadi has nowhere to run. The vending machine is close by. He needs to make a quick run as much as possible. Can get his whole team back. But no! Just before he could revive, Ruman Goat with the cord puts him down.
Oh my goodness, I just didn't see that, ladies and gentlemen. What a game it was. Ruman Goat, REDWIND, even though they don't qualify, they make sure that they leave a scar in the hands and the hearts of SA2L out here. Pahadi, the final few moments, he almost touched that vending machine before he got taken down. And eventually REDWIND, they taste their own medicine because it's going to be OgxTSG who come in to put them down as well. But SA2L, oh my goodness, they're going to be churning their teeth after that.
Olympians, they also get eliminated in this battle, and now qualifications for K9 might be imminent. They have to play the right way, however. God's Rain Pros, they are in trouble as well. The zone closing in their direction. Right in front of them is going to be GodLike, and they have the hit list activated. That is going to be in terms of them eliminating GodLike. However, GodLike, they're the ones charging on them, causing God's Rain Pros the trouble. Yogi, the best defense is the offense decision that they've taken. But God's Rain Pros now have their eyes set on another team. It is going to be an iQOO OgxTSG. Can they find something? They are trying their best. But in the meantime, even GYAN Gaming causing trouble for iQOO OgxTSG.
TSG, look at them. I feel like they're not at all bothered about who's going to be firing against them. All they're doing right now is trying to buy some time. Because they've done decent so far, right? They had around 70 plus points in total. So they're like, you know what? Probably survival points is more than enough for us to make sure that we move into the next round. GDR on the other side, even they're trying to do their best. They were also one of those teams right below TSG. So all the teams at the top of the table are kind of surviving. There's only one team which is not there. I believe that's K9 who's still fighting it out. They had around 40 plus points in that match before this. So probably they'll need another 20 to 25 to qualify.
They have 8 eliminations, as you said. They have an opportunity, but a push coming in from iQOO OgxTSG. Ayush gets knocked. Krish trying his best to put K9 down, but the Feek answering for it. But can he find a lot more? The Feek is taken down. It's up to Zian and Aim. They are reviving him, however, so it comes back to a 3v fight, but Krish is the last one surviving. GYAN Gaming on the other end, they have all their 4 players standing. This is going to be an opportunity for K9 to make it work. As you said, they still need points. They just have 8. They grabbed maybe 1 elimination, but now a flash freeze being used. Krish in trouble, but K9, they're making use of the open grounds that they have control of to move in the other direction. Right movement, timing coming in from their end, but GYAN Gaming is still trailing right behind them.
GYAN Gaming, they have their eyes set on K9 for now, but they see Krish behind. They eliminate him to make sure that these are the teams right now standing. Shubo and Insane, they need to be careful. They go in for a quick revival, but will that be enough? This was the time when the iron was hot and K9 could have bounced upon them. On the other side, Total Gaming, they get eliminated, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment from where GodLike can rewrite history, can make sure that they walk away with another booyah altogether. K9 slowly and steadily making sure they hold the corners of the circle. GYAN Gaming as well, they're also thinking the same. Lucifer, my enemy's enemy is my friend.
That's what K9 hope for. If that works out, they're going to be the ones getting the booyah. 12 placement points on top of their eliminations. But Nancy, he starts things off on GYAN Gaming. K9's Aim uses it, grabs that elimination. Now Aim troubling GYAN Gaming at the right timing. But GYAN Gaming, they are clustered together, all their 4 players, so no eliminations going away. Instant revivals are being hit, and all these teams are waiting for the zone to move in the other direction. K9 have to play their cards right. They're closer in terms of the circle's edge. They should be having the advantage. GodLike's Marco, him also trying his best to power and push off the side. GYAN Gaming in trouble, but GYAN Gaming somehow still surviving as the circle's moving. They've gotten into the compound.
GodLike weaving their way into the circle. They understand the intensity of it all. They're like, you know what, we'll try to survive and see what happens next. As Nancy and Yogi, the two men standing, it's going to be the sniper, the iGel at the very end. But guess what? GYAN Gaming have done the deed, put another team out of this lobby. But K9, can they pounce upon this? Can they make the best of this opportunity? They need this booyah. They've got 11 eliminations so far, and all they have to do is make sure they grab 3 more and a booyah.
Dafiq was alone last time. Now he has his team, he has his teammate, but aim gets taken down. It's all up to Dafiq. GYAN is a little far away in terms of a sniper game. It's a 2v3 situation. Arup gets taken down. Insane and Shubho are the only two. Riptide Rhythm misses in the other direction. Now Dafiq in trouble. He is the one who's closer, but Shubho, look at him. He's playing smart. He has a window. First patches himself up, making sure he's ready for a fight. On the other end, Dafiq, this was the monster truck play that he did in 2025 as well. He's doing it once more, and Insane is chasing GYAN. Gets closer. 1v1 and Dafiq, he exits, but however he gets a pick on Shubho with the help of GYAN, and one last survivor on GYAN Gaming. He takes the monster truck, drives off away from K9, wants to make sure, does not want to give that booyah, but Insane finally had to jump out the monster truck. Now this is an opportunity, a 1v2. K9 need to convert it. Insane gets closer to isolate the battle, but with the Oscar dash gets closer. GYAN in trouble, but Dafiq, he makes sure that the player gets put down, and with that K9 grabbed the last booyah of Group A.
Oh my goodness, what a result this is turning out to be. Have K9 done enough to qualify into the next round? Has Dafiq carried his team into the next round? This is a big question. Whereas there are going to be some disappointments, that's for sure, Lucifer. Because SA2L, when they were having such a good momentum, the way they were targeted, especially for Hardy in his final moments, nobody is going to be forgetting that for a long time.
Because this team was FFC mode #2 in terms of their qualification. The team at the second spot had to be in their best form. However, TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring on another level here in Group A, and we have concluded the Group A Game 6. GYAN Gaming, the way they emptied and eliminated GodLike, and then instant push coming in, and you have to give kudos to Dafiq. Picks the player who was on the outside, then decides to take help of AIM, but AIM gets taken down in the clash of that 1v3, and Dafiq instantly decides, I'm ready to back off, calling in for GYAN. And as soon as GYAN gets the information that somebody is going to peek, GYAN put the player down. Look at that, even getting Shubho down, and this last hit coming through, GYAN was ready, and with the help of GYAN and Dafiq, they both together put it down, make it happen.
Oh, couldn't have broken that better. 29 points, GYAN Gaming yet again. You know, they're going to be betrayed of a booyah, but I believe that they're going to be ending this whole week being the team at the very tippy top. Yes, K9 on the other side, they've got that booyah. 27 points is what they've got so far. But have they done enough? Because I know that they were one of those teams who actually needed somewhere around 30 points. But 29, again, as I asked this question, have they done enough?
27 points. K9, they have this opportunity that maybe works, but we have to wait for the standings. Today's standings will give us the picture. SA2L Elite in their last hurrah along with REDWINND, both of them with a difference of just 4 points, 18 and 14. SA2L Elite almost at the brink of reviving their whole squad. What a nerve-wracking game of Nextera that we just witnessed. And we were talking that Nextera and Kalahari were supposed to be the highest in terms of elimination, but we can scratch that and say that it was only for week 1. God's Reign Pros, they get eliminated early, iQOO, TSG as well, but I think these teams do not have to be worried about. Olympians have to be worried. They just went out with 9 points along with GW, MANISH, Arka. They got the booyah in the penultimate game, but the last game, nothing. But the MVP this time, we spoke about the Sniper's Day. It is again a sniper. GYAN being the MVP. 5,354 damage. Oh my god, this is insane.
Absolutely, 5,354 damage, GYAN. We saw him, right? Even in the final fight, he was the key player. He was the catalyst in that equation to get that elimination as well. But yes, eventually, Moko, Luna and Maro have somehow helped out. Whereas, you know, the tactical market for every single sniper out there is the best thing which they've asked for. It's like a blessing in disguise.
Right now, a blessing that we have to wait and see if it has given them the fruits. GYAN might have helped K9 in terms of this last booyah, along with the Feek making sure that this time he's not alone. The Feek did feel the pressure. We spoke about it, that this game that we ended up seeing was so close, with the Feek with his Oscar making the dash, pushing the player towards GYAN. I thought that last shot was between GYAN and the Feek. The Feek was making his hits, GYAN landing the shot with the VSK. Honey, along with AIM, we did see Honey go out a little early itself, but AIM, I think there wasn't that opportunity. As soon as if AIM also helped out to eliminate GYAN Gaming, this could have happened a little too early itself in terms of a booyah. But eventually this combination, I don't know, we were speaking about the duos as well, right? We did see Vota and Sohan being one of the best duos in week 1. I think finally the Feek and GYAN, a rusher and a sniper, with the way they were synchronized in terms of their mindsets completely intertwining of knowing what they were doing. We did see the Skylar's Riptide Rhythm miss, but not the Feek and GYAN's shots.
I mean, GYAN, he proved us why he's the IGL of this team. He was the brain in that fight. He made sure that, behind that small hard compound, he was able to do so much damage. He was guiding the Feek in every single moment. That was for sure, because we have been seeing that happen a lot. But 12 knockouts for the Feek, it's just phenomenal. This is one of those assaulters. I have been asking, is the team too dependent on the Feek? And it seems like yes could be the answer.
But at least in this game, GYAN was there to help him out. Deflatulate that pressure, and it kind of worked out. But 12 knockouts and 2 players in a team itself having damage above 4,000. That is insane. And you have to give kudos to AIM as well. You see that he doesn't have any eliminations, but he's done the deed. He's done the damage. We were seeing him from afar as the Grenadier causing the trouble for GYAN Gaming. That is one of the reasons they were forced to stay back in the compound. Maybe AIM did not find his elimination. He found the damage. Let's talk about how K9 made it all happen. We see them running around, fighting. We saw them for a long time around the boxing itself. But eventually K9 had their intentions set, that they know the circle is moving around the boxing gym itself. So they were always coming back in that direction. GodLike troubled them over there. God's Reign troubled them over there. Then they start moving slowly towards the southern edges of Plazaria, and from there where they held the position, jumped towards Total Gaming and GYAN Gaming, but they again moved back to make sure they have enough breathing space. And as you said, an enemy's enemy is a friend, and that's how they used GYAN Gaming in the final fight.
Yep. But eventually, you can see the amount of eliminations we saw in the initial circles, right? Especially in the first one, I was just counting. SA2L had got 12 in comparison to everybody else. They were the one doing the talking with the gun. They step into the second circle, almost again having the highest number of eliminations, if not for that one team which kind of eliminated them, SA2L. Then later on, probably if they had survived, I could have expected them to have at least 10 more, and probably a chance for them to qualify as well. But since they have been eliminated, I don't think so that they would have made it into the top 6.
Oh, making it to the top 6 is the question, Arka, right now. This was a challenging day for everybody, for us here on desk, for the people who are viewing, and especially for the players and teams who were playing. The 12 best teams, they were in the top when we saw and ended our week 1. But today, it was completely different, Arka. Every team still trying to figure out what's the best approach. We thought, okay, next game they're going to change, this game is going to change, that team is going to play better. So many predictions from our end as well. And I think one of the biggest in terms of heartbreaks that we have seen today, especially from a team at the top scoring position, but there's a lot of eyes still on who's managed to qualify. Did GW MANISH have enough points to go across? Blackbirds, they were already at the top 6. Was it going to be enough for them? All of these questions still keep arising in my mind before we see that standings.
I take this question directly to the audience. Please do let us know in the chat which are the 6 teams you feel have qualified so far, because I don't think so it's going to be easy for us. But ladies and gentlemen, as you type down the names, it's time for us to reveal to you guys as well which are those teams who will be making it through into the next round. The top 6 teams and the bottom 6 are going to be the disappointments for sure, because there were many teams out there which had a big fan following, and for now, these are the results.
The first set of TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring teams who qualify to the knockout stage: GYAN Gaming, iQOO Total Gaming, GodLike Esports, iQOO OgxTSG, God's Reign Pros, and K9 with their last hurrah. is at 71 points, qualifying to the knockout stages, putting GW Manish out, Blackbirds out, Olympians, DW Live, REDWINND Esports, and the major heartbreak for everybody today is SA2L Elite.
I can't believe Blackbirds didn't make it through. Before this game, they almost had like 59 points, but in this one, since they don't walk away with any point whatsoever, and look at what has happened to them. GW Manish as well, they were also trying to do their best, but K9, they fought until the end, and this is what happens to the fighters. They make it through into the next round. SA2L being at the bottom of the table. I mean, it'll take at least 2-3 days for me to digest this, my friend.
I agree. They were sitting at 165 points, Arka, when we ended week 1. And now they're sitting at 37 total points. They had the same number of games when we ended week 1. They have the same number of games. It's just the teams who are there that's different. However, Dafiq is going to be super happy this time. This was the same position that his team got eliminated. Another team that's going to be super happy is going to be iQOO OgxTSG, Arka. When we saw FFMIC 2025, right? They did not even make it out of the group stage. They did not make it out of week 1. They were the first heartbreak. They were the first upset that we ended up seeing in our best 48, and this time not just from that 48, not just from the 36, they make it to the top 18. What a day. Legend is going to be happy about it. Dafiq is going to be happy about it, and GYAN Gaming, especially without any booyahs, they make it across at a total of 113 points.
The team which has impressed me the most is obviously GYAN Gaming. With no booyahs, look at that 76 eliminations. They were blindly believing in their firepower. And that kind of a confidence is what you'll need further deep into this tournament. Total Gaming as well. It was written in the stars that today Total Gaming and GodLike will be making it through. Amongst them was another name, SA2L. But somewhere it seems like the sun is shining bright towards the TSG bootcamp. And that's why OgxTSG, they were considered chokers till now. And now they shut everybody's mouth.
We even were talking when we started the day, right? They've not had a great run. They have mess ups, they make mistakes, but today they looked very composed. But on the other end, GW Manish, their booyah, and the next immediate final game, they did not rake up points. Olympians, they did not even get a single booyah today. A lot of these surprises coming in, that this team got eliminated, invited teams getting eliminated, Arka. This is one of the biggest surprises that I was not ready for. And out of the 4 invited teams, Arka, who were playing here in Group A, 2 have been eliminated, Olympians and SA2L Elite.
I mean, I don't know what to say, Lucifer. As I said, I'm still under shock. I'm still trying to analyze what went wrong. If you see the amount of eliminations, we see that, Olympians have got 33, more than that of GW Blackbirds, who are trying to survive. The only team who has got placement points up to 40 and who are trying to survive until the end, they get to caught off guard in the final game, and then eventually they'll have to get eliminated with 59 points. That is also a bit of a disappointment. GW Manish as well, they were trying to strike a balance between the two, but I believe that somewhere not relying on their firepower, which they do have, probably backfired for them as well.
What a day this was to start. Week 2, day 1, Group A. Indeed, the finals before the finals. This was no more than a thriller, an adrenaline rush that we just ended up seeing. I'm still trying to take a breather, calm myself down, because my heartbeat's tempo has cranked up. And this is the reason I said that when we came into the second half, I'm scared. Because anything and everything was happening, and what we thought of teams who had composed performances, expectations from teams who would deliver, are not delivering. Even though some teams were composed, GW Manish, they started that way, but their mid 2 games around the second and third, they messed up, all of that happened. And once that went away from their hands, even though this booyah happened in the penultimate game, it did not help them.
I somewhere feel that SA2L woke up on the wrong side of the bed, because the final game, the way they were playing it, especially water going forward and all those stuff, I wanted to see that throughout the day. In the first few games, in the first game or the second game, I saw the same kind of formation. But after that, I don't know how come they just let go of that formation. They did not back up Wota, who eventually, as soon as he got taken down, everybody else crumbled. And I hope that, this is a lesson which they learned the hard way, and I hope that, they will be able to make a proper comeback.
Comeback is what everybody's going to be looking forward to. But tomorrow we have Group B. Another set of teams are going to be coming in. 12 in total. Invited city qualified teams as well as FFC mode. All of them are making a jump. They will be fighting for this very top 6 qualification. Who's going to make it through? Who's not going to make it through? Will there be more heartbreaks across coming through? Upsets going to happen for TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring. All of that will be unveiled tomorrow. So make sure you come back tomorrow, watch what performances happen and who grabs the booyah, because this Group A has given us the best to start off week 2. See you in Group B day 2.
Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open, let me see the job. Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open, let me see the job.
I got you
I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving like you're going to the. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. Moving like you're. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right, cause it can get big and right, cause it can get big and right. Hey, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right, cause it can get big and right, cause it can get big and right. Yeah, Fred Bentley, Lego. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The game's in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You make it, nobody has heard of you. Tell them that the prep beat for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool, can't walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump big cause they see that it's working. Grow from the L's, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Playing with you, take you down to the circus. One time for the yellow dogs, two times that they doubted me. You know I did it for my mama now. Only people know who proud of me. talk collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. Been running this since I popped in. Y'all know me, I'm locked in. One hand on the game, one hand on the street. Gotta get it out the mud, no problem to me. Keep on rocking, tell them this is heavy metal. My baby's watching, let them know I never settle. And you know I got the keys to the wheel, hand on the wheel when I'm driving this. I spend a couple bands on my wrist, just to show them that my time ain't free as a gift. Show them that I'm clocked in, I know that they watch it. Thank God I bet it on me, cause I ain't had much options. I gotta go ahead, show 'em. I cannot miss and I aim for the top of my brothers. I know that I gotta go get it by any means. I cannot lose, that's word of my mother. Give me respect and give me a check. I'm about to put on and get back to the bros. Cause if I'm winning, then they winning too. That is the law, can't switch with the code. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking.